says control. This is different. This is very different. It looked like, really, I don't use OBS for 2 days. It decides to, look, really? You don't like my control panel? Some reason? Well, ain't this cute. Anyways, short stream I might have to have, because I have actually, Daredevil Born Again. Pretty good. It's a good show, by the way. Daredevil, yeah. Like, I mean, granted, it's definitely a good show. I'm enjoying it. I do have some streams planned. I do have two. Anyways, probably be short. Probably be pretty short today. I don't know. I have to see how this goes. Now, I am going to test a theory. Now, I did not play yesterday because I was doing a let's see how many people truly care. I kind of want the idea. Let's see if this works. So 95 runs should be good, but I don't know. I wonder if I can get anybody, because no one's tried this. So, pushing 95s? Honestly, if you can get a group and push 4, that would be better. Why my YouTube control panel is not doing great. I'm curious. That is weird. There you are. Anyways, so I had to also contact people yesterday and do things. I was not happy about that. You know, like still dealing with the crap from the first part of the year. People who want to go around exposing people. I do need to make the pit push with this something, because I'm already at the level I need to be. But I don't think it's going to join. See, okay, a 4-stack Infernal Pit is under Pit still. An Infernal Horde, right, is below it. Now, assuming, right, stupid quick math, as we call this, is someone, it's an easy feat. Like, if you're trying to get the most fastest way done with pits. God damn it. I do not like that rune. I am starting to hate it. Deep. And that completely missed that blood wave. Let's see if I bunch them up. Fine. Also, this layout is ass. Just so you know. Bunch them up. Yes. So, So, I mean, technically, I think these are giving like 9. Like, if you do the full package ship of everything, you're gonna nail like. It depends. Okay, how the quick, right? It's just simple, like a stupider, simpler process is. Now, if you have a group, you're able to do 100s. But, I mean, difference between XP. So, yeah. I am getting crowd controlled to high hell. This ain't gonna be the most optimal, so. I don't know. Infernal Hordes are pretty good too. They're like right up under. But bear in mind, if you think Infernal Hordes are 10 minutes, I'd say 6 minutes. Right? But you're constantly turning around. But it's a waste unless if you have 3 to 4 people. It moves quicker. But you also get more items, and I mean, hell, if I need more Ducite. Yep. I just started with the worst layout ever. This is a terrible layout. This is not a good layout for this build. Good for a different... Not good for this one. Too many walls. You see. All the walls interfere with Bloodwave, but they don't interfere with Blight. But this is not a Blight build. But, yeah, it's usually the thing. Yep, this layout's not the best either. But all these are gonna just depend how much you can run them. Let's assume you can run them with people and you can get like 2, get like, what, 2 done? No, I dread this everything. I think it's like, as I said, I get about the 280, right? 280, 270, right? It's just that. Like, if you're trying to push that final, it's just, I cannot bring myself to do it. It's just celestial, divine, in the universe, you know. Of course, I missed ads. Worst layout. Honestly, some of these it's a worse layout for a build like this. Like, so the thing is, you bunch them up and you can blow them up. Sure. Theory. But in practice, we are assuming it's so stupid. Really. I might go do Infernal Hordes, though. Yeah, I don't know. Pit is one of those things. Like, grind in this game, believe it or not, like... Okay, 250, right? Like, you're already at, like, a certain point, you're already there. Yeah, see, that layout was bad for just trying to run it. Really? You're just immune to my blood wave? Really? Like, that's another thing that happens more often than not. Yeah, I assume, right? So Pit's like 81. 81. 90. Assume 297. I mean, speedrunning 50s is probably... I would say speedrun 100s. I think speedrunning 100s is probably a better plan. I think it is speedrun 100s. Because here's the thing, if it's not about the pushing, right? Because you gotta understand, if it's not about the pushing, right? It's about how quick we can get it done. Because the thing is, it scales based on XP and party. So... Because that's the bigger deal in this. It's about that. Because they are at like 91 or 97. They're at like 1 billion. Like, that is literally like... They're close to like 600-ish. Like, that is an insane. So you're still talking about back to back. You're gonna hate yourself. So you get it down to about 1.5 minutes and 2 minutes. Probably be the first season I get everything, like all my glyphs to 100 too, just out of sheer spite at this rate. So a lot of this is just, if this works, you know, like, to be curious. So basically do all the incense, do that. Next. So it's not like a tag system, because like Fallout 76 group leveling is always about the... Because like over there, that's all about theirs. Needs to be the quickest. Pick everything up, say fuck it, and just go through. So like 90s to 100, like if you get it that quick, then yes. It shouldn't be bad. Like leveling in the other. Yeah, 110s. That is a shitty layout. Like, that is a... Well, the one catacomb layout is bad. I forget, like... Okay, this layout isn't shit. Hopefully that'll pull them all to me. Move away. The only thing is, we're getting really crappy layouts. But other than that, I mean, Daredevil's pretty good. Like, the thing is, the show, I think, would have weird pacing issues if you knew it wasn't 16 episodes. Which, it's 16 episodes, but it doesn't surprise me at all. So you have to be careful. With this build, I have it's not a tornado ability, but well, I have the tornado, but I also have a whirlpool ability. It sucks everything to me. So, fucks up their abilities, probably would fuck up mine if they had theirs. And you do this for about 4 hours a day, you'll probably nail what you need to nail. So 110, yeah, like... Yep. Because it isn't about the solo clear as much as it is about what can you pull. But other than that, it's definitely... I mean, unless you're just gonna let loot build up. Really? Just don't die, though. Here's the cliff. I might just keep this character only. I think I'll probably keep this character at the end of the seat next. If I get everything to 100, this will be the character I keep for this type. It's because I think this rate. So. I'll probably say fuck all the obols that drop too. The obols, look, if I really don't care, like, obols are good, but the problem is if I start leaving like 1,000 obols everywhere, I'll probably be concerned. I'll get concerned at that rate. Might as well be a 1 GA. What the fuck? Should be really good for a while, though. It's like 240, 250 a run. It's like 10 run. Yeah, this is retarded. I almost don't like these. It is a... The obols aren't like... I mean, the hardest part is actually just the selling more than anything else. It's just the turning around. I missed ads. Oh, they all... Yeah, see, it's that one. Slightly miss some. Which occurs more often than people think, if you're not thorough. But other than that, I had to put my foot up someone's ass, and it was really interesting. Like that, and life is progressing. Now, so yes, the person who... so the idea, I'm going to test this. I hope this works better than the other. So if it's group running, at 110s, maybe. 30 mil. Yeah, it's... Yeah, 110s, you don't have to worry about it. You can just leave. It's picking up all the loot, and that's the issue. Turn, burn, right? It's about the turn and burn more than anything. So that's like, what? 30 million, 40 million, if you go around it. That's as quick as people could load. Though, this is like one of the worst things ever. It's like, look, I'm already way past where my other character is. My other Eternal's, what, 280? Yeah, 280. Yeah, no, I'm at max now. By the way. Like, if I hit 300, I would be happy. Hitting 300 is rather... I'm not saying the easiest. Like, they're at, like, getting pendants, right? Like, my stuff is 600 and... Like, my stuff... Let me see. I can't think 521. So, let's say, roughly, they are... I think my friend was, like... He's at, like, 97? Like, he's 96 or 97. Yeah, it's like a billion. Like, it's close. Like, 700 or 800 just to get through that. It's pretty bad. When it gets into the... you're getting into it. Like, if it weren't for, like, incense or the other stuff, we'd probably be. Interesting. Check something. Really? I'm kind of curious, though. Yeah, it's doing the really funny thing. Okay, you're doing the gay thing now, aren't you? Yeah, it's called something. It's called OBS is not being nice. Clearly, something is screwing with it. See, I think OBS is messing with it. See, okay, there's certain processes that you get interfered with when you're playing. Battle.net has, like, it's almost like Windows is, so it's like it's hard to describe. It's like a process, right? It's the internal part where either something is interfering with something else, like, technically, you would think, like, third party, right? Like, OBS is an interjector third party. I mean, Battle.net's not kicking me out. Not very far, but that's at least. but it internally suppresses, like, either bit rate. Hold on. Maybe. Let me restart my OBS a second. Okay, let's see if this is better. All right. Keep it at 110 or keep it at 120s? I don't know. Oh no. Weird. But yeah. Shit. I just pulled them out of my own blood wave. How dare I do it my own? Really? How do you survive that? That is... that's called the ability is spinning into the pillar. More than the other. So the worst part is if it's about there are a bunch of pillars in this room. Right? So if you look at it. So, YouTube pillar. The pillars in the room, depending on it, because what doesn't look like to you is there's actual walls. You don't realize it, but they're there. It's like, you don't think they've crowded the room, but they are there. So when you kind of like lag, yeah. Damn it, too soon. That was too soon. There's pants, 3-star, yep. Ring ancestral. Oh, you are a piece of shit. Honest to God. Loot, that just means that's gonna go into the thing. It once. think I lost that ring. Damn it. It was a 3-star ring. It's probably a 2-star ring at best, and then the other. All good. I mean, nothing. Usually a 3-star item is usually at best a 2-star at the end of the day. But, as I said, this is just pretty bog standard. So you get about... You're getting, I say roughly, like... I think we're getting like 31, I think. And if we're getting 31, it isn't the end of the world. So it's like 31 million? I mean, shit, that's only like 100 you have to fucking do until you're bleeding to death internally or something. Really? How you live through that, I have no idea. It's clearing and clearing your obols is the other problem. So, if you're not trying to turn and burn the obols. Yeah, so like 25. Because it's fat, if we can clear... Because the idea is just to clear them. So that's the trick. Damn it. Really. So sometimes I'm finding, like... There's something about Bloodwave that I'm not sure that devs know about it. We can duplicate it. Come here, guys. It happens on a weird occasion like that. There's either this weird collision effect that it doesn't matter, or it just bounces off a wall and they just forget it counts. And I do not know why. It's been happening all season. Like if it goes around a wall or a pillar, it fucks it, basically. It's like more of a desync. See, also, I have a lot of execution auras, so execution auras work really well in hordes like this. It's actually probably why I kill stuff a lot in the open world better. Because stuff kills over in the open world because I have it on boots, I have it on a reap, I have it on a witch power. If something reaches an adequate either damage over time or something, they're getting executed. So it makes clearing this a lot better. But yeah, other than that, I did pretty well. Reap. That's gotta remember to pop my reaps. Like, I like the idea of just running a more at a level that's suitable. Like, if you think you can clear 120 in 4 minutes, do it. But I would rather turn around an acceptable level that is turnable. That's just quick. Honestly, it's the quick math. It's just a quicker way where it's, if you do the math, that's why running like 95 impressive. Oh no, these could be bots. I have no idea. I don't like the look of this group. I don't. I would hope they can do 110s. Let's just run 100s. I see too many low levels. I see too many low levels. Which I could be wrong. It's not their DPS I worry, it's the collective DPS I worry about. It's most part theirs. That's what I said. There's a druid. Basically. You still get the XP. We're all getting the same XP. See, the problem is people get overconfident. Where if you do, it's usually less deaths. Oh, same. See, it's not about it's about the squishiness. You get that. You're gonna get more glyphs too, so. Because what's gonna happen is we're gonna bunch up like 200 enemies or so to speak. And something in that horde is going to murder you if you don't have the survivability. It's just clearing. All it is about just trying to get a clear on the clock, mainly. Oh, it's a sea hag. Thing is, you get the XP still. Like, thing is, you still get the XP. That's not the issue. Because you're still getting... Because the thing is, as long as you're in the pit, you're still getting it. But the key is survivability and armor. Because as long as you're in the pits, you're getting the XP. So... Yeah, but all in all, though... Hold on. This is... That was quick.
Yo, dragon.
No, I didn't. I figured it'd be at about an hour. I was just waiting. did. This should be good. What was the other stream you were doing, anyways? Interesting. Seeing a lot of indie, like, really horror flicks hit. Looks like these indie little films hitting. Your camera's blurry, though. Just use a green screen. No one wants to see your messy room. Or no one would care. We're doing very well. I think it's. Well, so the concept of the show is it's a continuation of the Daredevil Netflix, which I'm actually surprised they did a near one-for-one, because the references are all there, right? The Kingpin. Hell, I think in the last episode there was a scroll reference, which means that potentially it's still fully connected to the MCU. Which, we already know who the main villain is, right? I think you already know. They teased him, and they showed him in the last episode. He's an obscure villain from the comics, whose power is to... Well, he's only appeared a couple of times. His power, like, no one knows his real identity. He basically has... And I'd be curious if they duplicate it in the show. He basically is like... They call him a metahuman, or a superhuman. Like, it's not clear he has regeneration, but he also... Like, when he showed up in, I think, one of the Daredevil runs, he can nullify the, like, sounds around him. Now, if you know in Daredevil, he goes off hearing and sounds. Like, he can nullify noises or stings in there. So if you can do sensory deprivation in an area, yeah, you're gonna make it. It's gonna be interesting because he's one of the main villains. They're loosely following the Born Again. Well, okay, they're trying to borrow from the Born Again storyline, which is from 1986. But they're not using, like, Nuke. Nuke's been in... I want to say Nuke's been in some other Marvel properties. But I can't think, like, in any of the MCU. Nuke was part of the Weapon H program. Did you... No. See, like, everyone has seen, like, you know when they did the Venom movies? They did, they literally tried to pull from Maximum Carnage. Like, when Carnage was created, and it comes from, like, and then when Carnage goes on the killing spree. Yeah, the whole idea of the joke is it's maximum carnage, and maximum carnage was the storyline. So, like, it's like when they did the movie, I think it was the Punisher movie, Warzone, right? That's based on one of the comics as well. But the idea is they're going really separate, but it is darker because it's like the idea is the Born Again storyline has a similar opening. Like, but bear in mind, this from the original runs from '86, so and it's been duplicated. Like Daredevil does have a dark storyline. Like, you know, Shadowlands is another good one. But like they're doing it, but it's not like it's even though I want to say that's like the same actor they used in Echo and other stuff, but may not be him. But like they're doing it on a pure continuation. Now, it got slated 16 episodes. They're doing 8 each basically. And it's going to have two sub-villains. The one guy is going to be the villain this season. What is it? Might be, because I think they said, well, I don't know if this wave was larger or the second one was going to be 6 to 8. I don't remember. Let If you assume it's a 16. No, usually I say 16 because that's usually the standard slating. But I had to look it back up and see because the second season, which really it's like what they did with Velma, right? Velma is like the it was always guaranteed a second season because they do animation is 16, if that makes sense, multi. So even the shitty Doctor Who was slated 16. The new Doctor Who on Disney. It got slated for 16 auto. So I'm assuming it's gonna be like 15. But like the second season's supposed to have like less episodes, I think. 7 or 8. So let's assume it's 7, so it's 16 total. Something like that. If you look it up. But that's gonna be the second half of this. Like, they're breaking the series really into two, and then they'll just release it at whatever. But the series, where it stands, is pretty good. Like, plot-wise, it's kind of plotting, but all without Matt Murdock going insane. You know what I mean? And they're also supposedly reworking. Disney's also bringing over the Punisher, too. I don't know if you heard about that. Yeah, and he's supposed to be signed for another. And that would probably be another series. Now, I mean, I don't mind the R-rated ones. Because, I mean, even if you go back to the joke in the She-Hulk episode about the Daredevil TV series, they've talked about it. It's a good show. Like, it has more, like, the Atom plot that you've seen. That is built over from the other. Now, you get to the current episode, like, you go through, right? Like, I confused White Tiger with the other White Tiger in Marvel. I thought it was... Okay. One is the only white man in all of Wakanda who wears a very similar outfit to White Tiger. And he goes by the name White Tiger. And he was in the comics and in Wakanda, he was the only younger ever white guy in Wakanda next to a ancient old doctor. Because Wakanda is inherently xenophobic and very racist. And I'm like, okay, so this is a different one. Like, the white tiger they used in Daredevil, that's used in Daredevil, is a similar but different. Because you gotta think of it, the other one. I'm like, no, if Marvel did that, that would be a crime. I'm like, no. But the whole idea is his whole origin is he has his amulets give him power. Now, his stuff, it's almost getting, it's actually, but the series are 7 years apart. So, that's also why people said Daredevil, right? They go, well, it only had an 7 million opening, right? It literally only had a 7.5 million view rate. Yes, that's because of Disney Plus, but it's also the Disney effect too. Like, it's kind of like no matter how good, and I've told people, Skeleton Crew's a good, entertaining show. It has some Star Wars elements, but it's a good children's show. But it's also getting the Disney effect. They're like, oh, Agatha all along. But there's also the whole thing, in 1 quarter, Disney lost 600 million subscribers. Something like that. Yeah, so yeah, Daredevil is, yeah, let's use. Mm-hmm. They are pretty good. It establishes, like, I was curious how close, as I said, they would stay to the Born Again storyline, because I don't think they're going to use Nuke, right? Because the idea of Daredevil Born Again is Fisk is mayor and he has to straddle the two worlds. That's the goal. That's what he has to do. And it's not like the first time Fisk has been mayor in all of DC. Right? But except in the comics, he doesn't know who Daredevil's identity is. Just because in universe, they know each other. Because it goes off to prior. I like it. It's the build-up. Now, it is weird when your chief villain knows who your person is. Now, it's good at least, but it's also multi-layered, so to speak. Because you have the storyline with Vanessa that builds off the old, with the affair. Then you have Daredevil struggling with the death of his friend. Then he has to deal with the death of another friend, but you could arguably say Daredevil is also super nihilistic too. Like, Daredevil has always been a shade of gray. And they're doing it really, really well. It's like he gave up the mantle after his friend died. Well, it's also because he felt he failed his... He also believes he failed his friend. That's the big deal. Let's see. And that's the thing. Usually when Daredevil has broke, like, his traditions, it's always been something weird. Like, Shadowlands, like, him and Elektra both have been the head of the Hand at one time. If you know what the Hand is. The Hand is, like, literally an evil organization. Yeah. They are, yeah, very similar way of looking at it. They have been hinted at, like, if you go back to, like, one of the old movies, they're always fighting them. So, Mm-hmm. And that is where they shoved one of the runs. One of the comic runs recently with Punisher, where they wanted to just BTFO him from the Absolute Universe, was make him the head of the Hand, and he becomes the total head of the Hand. And it's just like Punish. Daredevil has that same moral gray. Because you see in episode 4, right? In episode 4, he goes, now, I am assuming we're under the thing that the Punisher is the big bad. The Punisher. Have my theory. It was. I think the Punisher is the one who killed White Tiger. Unless it's gonna be, it comes out, it's Bullseye. Because if you go back to the end, I have to go back and see the end of episode 3. They showed a skull on his chest. Yes. But see, I don't think it's Frank either, because I don't think Frank would blow away another vigilante hero. But it wouldn't be the first time he's tried to kill a hero, though. Spider-Man. And also there's a subplot. There's also was a subplot in Born Again as well, where Fisk has hired the Punisher to deal with people. Now, the reason why I say we see, he's trying to find who killed the White Tiger, right? We don't know, but it has a skull on his chest. It could be Nuke. Nuke has been around Marvel for a while. Because I'd have to look it up and see if Nuke has a. Nuke was in the original, but he's always dressed like a soldier, and he has like various times he has like literally like an American flag on his chest or on his face actually. But it's the thing with the skull. Now, I highly doubt. Now, if they go the really weird route and have it be the cop with the pun. See, they keep showing the cop that has the wrist tattoo. But I kind of don't want. No. Yeah. There has also been in the past, and I don't know if the writers know it. It's like the Punisher Corps kind of thing. Because there's another, like, in that storyline, they get people like the Punisher, like, gives them a squad. Because you gotta bear in mind, it's like if you look at the talk between him and Frank, like, he. I'm assuming that this is a carryover as well. But I have to go back and see the original Punisher series. I gotta go. That's, look, 7 years is a long damn time. I mean, it's the pivotal, yeah. That it start. No, if you know anywhere in the comics, it's what motivates him. I mean, Born Again is legendary as Storm storyline in the 80s of life and death. When you remember Next Men 97, if you ever saw it? The life death storyline where she got with Forge, that is iconic. Now, some people are like, well, oh, you're going to kill a friend. Okay. It's just always the question of how hard a show goes into. My question has always been, how rated R are they going to make the show? You have, and I mean, to be fair, you go to the fight with the cops in the apartment, broken arm with blood, bashed against the refrigerator. I mean, I gotta admit, I'm like, that cop looks pretty well for being, uh, man, like, even that fight scene in the apartment, I'm like, that guy's. And then like a couple of weeks later, he's just like no bruises. I'm like, bro, you met the floor, you met a metal refrigerator. You look like a car crash victim. You look pretty in court. Nah, that ain't gonna happen. But that would have been interesting. But nah, they are not. It's not like they're not pulling punches. But like episode 4 is also trying to establish the one villain. That's what, because you see him too. Yeah, they've been hinting at that. Okay, so just to clarify, it's 17 episodes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's always like there's that point because in the original Born Again run, Matt Murdock is going insane slowly but surely. Because Fisk also has that same policy. He does not want to see, like, he doesn't want to see any he doesn't want to see any heroes. It's kind of like the whole thing, right? Where he basically, he's like, well, I don't want to have any people. But it's also it's like that identity crisis. Like, I don't have an issue with Foggy being killed. You always need the motivation. It's as I said before. It's like when Daredevil fell in love with Elektra at one point. And Elektra becomes the head of the hand, then he becomes the head of the hand at some point. So it's like Daredevil always has been morally gray. He wants to believe in the system, but he can't get the people to believe in the system. Like, he's losing faith because it's like what's the episode? The guy literally tells him he literally is on Social Security and suffering. But it comes out he did kind of steal something. And it's like, let him off. It's like he struggles with that. So, I mean, again, it's like a darker version. Because in that episode, you have that plot. You have the Easter egg of the scrolls, which hints that secret invasion happened. That you had Muse was shown. You have Fisk. He's held Adam beneath the city. You find out at the end. But we don't know what Muse is doing. Now, in the storyline, Muse builds like collects a couple of people. And then Daredevil finds out about him, then goes to his lair to get him. Now, do they follow this storyline? We don't know. But you also have at the same time at the end, which you haven't really seen in a lot of Marvel shows, is the fact that honestly that you have the training montage. He's going to come back to be Daredevil. You just don't know how and when. You know how he is, but you don't know what's going to be that driving force. But he also doesn't want to... Look, it's also the problem. He doesn't believe Fisk has turned over a new leaf. Honestly, I give most of the episode... The first episode is a pretty solid 10. I think just because some of the pacing issues... Look, if you didn't know this was going to be 2 seasons, you would hit this show. Like, 51 minutes, it's an info dump. I give the rest, like, 8s. Like, the last... Some of the dialogue, right? I could say if you are going to do... The thing is, if you're good at reading between the lines, I usually give the others, like, I've seen, like, 9s and it's, like, 8. So, like, slower episode, I think, like, 3's that weird one that has too many hanging moments. Like, if you're trying to build up a subplot, that's the question. It's a good show. The thing is, everyone's going to catch up to that show later on. I mean, but then again, I give overall the first episode a 10, second a 9, 3's 8. This one I get like an 8.5. Only because he's trying to solve the murder, right? Like, in either... Look, they're going to resolve the storyline where you're going to have to figure it out. Because you see the big moment, too. Because when he goes and talks, like... It's like he knows the Punisher. Like, it's funny how, like, he knows where to find the Punisher. Like, in the Punisher's, like, say his name, right? He can't say it. Now, I mean, but it's at the same time, we don't know what version of Punisher this is. And it goes back to what I'm saying. Like, maybe it's someone masquerading as the Punisher that killed him. Because I don't think it was Frank Castle. Because I don't think Frank Castle killed him. But it's also Frank was trying to tell him your system has failed. Because he also gives the analogy... I'm actually surprised in a Disney Plus series they're giving the... It looks a little bit about a creepiness about... They want to make Frank, a cranky war veteran, dropped by the system and fucked over by the city. It's some of that little bit of that anti-war sentiment. I caught it. But I'm also like... If it straddles that line between Frank is a disillusioned soldier... See, just bear with me, Multi, if this makes sense. Because it also comes off as anti-war propaganda, too. Like, you see it, but the question, it still has the Disney taint to it, but it's acceptable to a degree. And it's hard to describe unless you ever heard of the anti-Iraq war sentiment. And you see it in Frank. So I am assuming Frank is coming out of whatever recent war. So that would be the Iraq War. Now, I give the episode a pretty solid 8. Let's see, 8.5. And a lot of it is, I'm just waiting to see how they reveal Muse. It's like we know something's wrong. It's like Fisk does want to change. Well, it's also that whole thing of, like, I literally call it, like, with, I call it with, like, the therapist going, can you trust him? He really won't kill his wife. Usually, largely in the comics, or even in Marvel Zombies, even, he kept her alive. I think that freaked you, by the way. Marvel Zombies universe. He kept her alive because it's what kept Kingpin human. Yo. No. No, I'm good. You have yours if you need to. No, just get games and do commentary streams. See, this month, that's what I've been doing. But see, we got gifted 2. Now, this is the golden week of YouTube, if you didn't know, Multi. This is... Snow White is released tomorrow. Assassin's Creed Shadows is released today. Now, you want to talk about 2 giant cluster Fs. Look at the fallout from both of those. Now, if you have a channel that is either going to cover both, one or both, you're in business. Me, I'm going to be doing something on Assassin's Creed Shadows because a lot of what we said was in there is in there. But you probably will talk about Snow White. Snow White's released tomorrow. Whoa, tomorrow. Why? Wow. Okay, so you're not going to. I don't know what more can be said about Snow White. I mean, but you gotta admit, the person, they literally give her Lord Farquaad's dress in the show, in the movie. Literally. You not seen that artwork? They make her look like Lord Farquaad from Shrek. No, but that's why I say you take care of it. If you're not going to cover it, I know a lot of other people do. It's going to be like The Sky is Falling. Oh yeah, no, it has to be the Griff's content. I mean, we already know Snow White's awful. Like, you also have the whole thing with Gal Gadot already saying with the premieres she won't go anywhere with her because of a certain October 7th event. Because apparently Rachel Ziegler was, yeah. You can understand. Anyways. Yeah. You're gonna... You're good. By the way, I actually I was rediscovering old shows. I recommend you look into Black Flag. Have you actually done reviews of Spartacus? Ah, see, I know. I know, but no, if you want to touch like some of the series, just spare time if you ever check it up. Black Flag. Should see that. Hmm? Yes. I should be awake. Yes. 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 Have you run that across Mandalore? Hmm. Okay, no, that's good. That works. And you guys, you might want to look into the crap that is. You may be too careful, but you don't want to touch the carny stuff, do you? The recent stuff up there. The stuff with your part. Ah, never mind. That's. Yeah, Multi, I'll catch up with you, and you have fun, by the way. See you soon. See you soon. Back over here. Good. Yep. So, yes. Pits in theory, by the way. I say that for the love of God. Go better. But... Ah, damn it. Sorry, 30 minutes I have to do that. Nope. You suck. I don't care. This is a bum run. Not a good run. I think all or half of our choices were bad. This happened to me the other day. When I got runs that were good. I had like 2 runs. Because it always happens, like the first few runs that I do, I always get bad runs. Yep. But all in all, though, seriously, Born Again, Daredevil Born Again is good though. I do recommend that as a series. Daredevil Born Again, right? It's a dark series. They're hinting at Punisher next year. I mean, bear in mind what happens next, you know. But the question is, I mean, you're only talking this thing more problematic than Punisher. Like, look, you want to touch something dark, get into these. Fuck you. God, Soul Spires. It's the only choice. And Soul Spires aren't the way. You don't always get the runs where you can have, like, 4 Hellborn. So, that's where you get the 1100. But yeah, no. Snow White's released tomorrow. Assassin's Creed Shadows was released today. I know people who are trying to do it. Like, I mean, Arch played it. Apparently, it has early access problems. Nicely put. I mean, there's still bugged quests. This happened in Odyssey, too. I mean, some of the stealth gameplay is good, but I think someone gotta hit the copy early. Leaked the romance scenes. It's a cluster, by the way. Like, it's literally a good little Like, it shows that it's kind of a bland game, so to speak. Like, Arch tried to do the murder hobo thing in the game. That didn't work. I mean, they threaten you with flat out desync if you do. But it has the Ubisoft taint of current year. It has that taint in it. It's very apparent. I gotta go to the tree first. It has the... but, look, it has the gay lover, it has the non-binary lover, it has the lesbian relationship. It also has, like, the controversial take. Apparently, Yasuke is knocking boots with, Naganaga sister, Oba's sister, which, I'll butcher the name, which is highly controversial, and yeah, it's a cluster F. It's not even as... because you have to understand, 18 leaders of Japan descend from him. Or at least the sister, at least. Let's see if this goes better. And so Oba's sister, and supposedly someone's gone into the game files, quote unquote, and found he is his second in Oba's suicide. Most people don't realize how much of a cluster that is. Like, Oba, like, that was the late Shingaku period. Because the whole thing about Oba, right, being, says Oba's sister, right, descends from, so rulers 18 descend from her. Now, I mean, say it's alternate history, sure, but... yeah, no, it's not a good thing. Like, the Japanese lawmakers are pissed, there's another referendum. Yeah, no. It's literally a bunch of Europeans. Like, what's funny, the thing about the lesbian love scene, which is with the other... is actually, it's more affectionate and graphic than the actual other ones. But, hell, that will be cold Gooner material at the end of the day, won't it? But, bear in mind, as overall it looks like an okay game that they polished the combat system, whilst demolishing a section of history while they're at it. It's going to suck. Damn it. And it's not worth the $90. Like, it's not 90. I think they were wanting 90 for that for day one. I mean, that's bad. That's like... They were asking premium for that. Now, will it still probably sell 1 million copies? Yes. Is it Assassin's Creed? Yes. It's kind of a far cry, though, from the, pardon the phrase, of another Ubisoft game from the past. Like, it should be a slam dunk, though. Like, some of the dialogue is cheesy. It looks like it's part of the same group that had been building from Odyssey. Or, hell, it has even the settlement building. I'm assuming, what was it, Enzio's house? I think someone said that was in 2. Or Enzio's Manor. Is it his Manor building? Because it's been a while since I've at least played those. And to be fair, I played them once, like once or twice, most. I mean, they're not like... I've never been a huge movie game person. It's like, hell, half the time... The funny part is, if you're on Ubisoft, they give it away. Ubisoft gives away the Assassin's Creed games quite frequently. It's always the free games, right? And what's funny about it is, they're like, well... And it's always do it. Like, now, usually, it doesn't always mean. Now, Assassin's Creed Shadows will have issues. I mean, I've seen... So some of the graphics bugs that are in it, it's not a murder on it. It's a lot better run. It's only taken, like... It's a lot better. This actually is going to be a ton better. But, well, as soon as people kill, but... I mean, we're at 3 Hellborns, so... If we get any more, right? If we get 3... See, we're at 3 Hellborn. Yep. So that's going to be at least... Look, my goal is at least to try to get a level a day. Try. I mean, I'm already at max, it's just I have to focus and do it. Damn it. They didn't do it. But yeah, no, I need to... Honestly, I've just been in a weird mood. I need to go back and finish Assassin. I mean, okay, so not Assassin, but Kingdom Come Deliverance. I really do. The thing is, it's like, certain stuff's just been busy. Oh god. That is a... What the hell is that red? See if we get good enough, we can murder. We're at 400. If we get another 50, come on, another. Oh yes, Hellborn 4. But yes, I did doing well. I have to. I'm gonna have a talk with either Mandel or I think maybe do it tomorrow. Yeah, but Fallout 76. Okay. Here's the thing. I think it's about 40%, 30 or 40% of the player base I've seen so far is doing ghouls. Actually, just went over there prior to streaming today. I did that. I went over there and did dailies over there. I mean, ghouls got some. I mean, they have good looks or good things, but I swear to God, the ghoul aesthetic just it doesn't look great. Na 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 na. Damn it. The thing is, the ghouls have cards attached to them, which is a slightly different. They actually reworked. They actually reworked some of the core cards. Like Pack Rat got reworked. So a lot of cards are getting reworked to be like. First Aid was moved to Intelligence, and it's based on your intelligence on what it heals. Which, no, it's always been Intelligence. No, they moved one. Now, I thought the change to... Now, there is a nerf to Concentrated Fire. They... Honestly, I feel that they ruined Concentrated Fire. Actually. I think they ruined it. They ruined Concentrated Fire. Because the issue with Concentrated Fire... I kind of want to know why Concentrated Fire was shit. Like, okay. Okay, in Fallout 76, right? Concentrated Fire was what we used in VATS to get extra... It gives extra damage. So apparently they decided to utterly nerf it, because why? And that's a 3 card. Honestly, at the rate of... Look, I don't think 3 damage is enough. Ugh. One of those days, huh? Oliver's acting like an ass. But he's been doing that since this morning, though. Oliver is a problem child, and always has been. Huh. You may have to get on, like, when my friend gets on later, maybe I'll just run pits. I don't think any of these fuckers have their own. Do fucking none of them use their fucking own? You know, be thankful I don't kick half of them. Fucking hell, do I have to use my own infernal compasses? So you have them. the leeches. Be thankful. I'm kind. I mean, in reality, right? It's like I'm halfway there, like 300 off, right? No. I see it. No, no, no. Fuck you. There we go. Yeah. No. Like, I would rather get, like, the 3 to 9 per round, which gives you net about 30-ish. So... I do need to go into HSR, and I gotta thank Gay Beans for harassing me in the morning once, being my luck charm and getter. But he, oh, that's a separate story for another time. But Gay Beans needs attention more often. I mean, look, you gotta understand. I'm gonna say this for the love of God, for anybody. If you have to see people who say they're not terminally online and they turn out to be terminally online, either that they have their own issues, or you... Look, I do not like going to places with people. That's just my problem. I don't like going to that place. It's always a bad place. I never liked it. See, the thing about it is, when you make fun... Like, if I have to go to places to get even with people... Gay Bacon, or Cheating Bacon, as you could call him. Sure. Hey, maybe this group will realize they need to go kill shit. Thank you. Clear the ad so we get to the next. I don't even know, by the way. I don't even know why I made Nightmare Sigils this season. I haven't touched Nightmare Sigils at all. I haven't touched a root hold since the beginning of this season. Exalted Hellborn. Here we go. KCD 2, I really need to just sit down, finish it. But I also need to, like, business-wise for me, despite what Gay Word and other people think, it's more profitable. I have a very, very damn good prediction. It was very true about Tarkir Dragon Storm. Oof. Now, I have to admit, the potential power creep is there, but that new Ugin... Look, Tron is a little cramped, but it is good. Tron is a little cramped in its spots, but I'm pretty sure I could fit in it, Ugin. So, literally, the new Ugin whenever you well, E-Tron will make more use of him, honestly. E-Tron's where he'll shine. I think it's literally, I have to read it, reread it. It's if it's exile a permanent. Dear God. Color? Non-land? No, that shit's fucking stupid. That card is... If Tron was not scary at some point... Well, I mean, but it is 7. He's the same price as a card. So... Which... It's actually kind of weird about... It's actually weird about how Tron... The Tron decks come together over the years. Like, Tron is a Magic deck over the years. Originally started off like the different flavors of it. Now you just got... Well, Eldrazi Tron is also under Tron. You got green, red, you got blue. The thing about Eldrazi Tron's been getting a lot of toys within the last 2 years. So, to be fair, I mean, a lot of people, I mean, it's still a small percentage of the base, but people act like, I mean, they literally do have an answer to it. I mean, if you really, really want to be a generic douche, I kind of know what it is. Like, it was in Modern, it was actually in, what was it, Modern Horizons? I think last year, the second one? It's called Void Mirror. If no color, it's like literally, I ordered like 4 of it. It's been like the hiddenest tech for like 2 years. Like, if no cost, well, see, there's been 2. Vexing Bauble, the other one's Void Mirror. If nothing was, if the spell had no colors paid for it, you hose every single artifact deck ever. Now, if you think you're walking into an artifact meta, dear God, that is a giant fuck you to anybody. But then again, I'm not the first person with Tron to pioneer 4 Chalice of the Voids in the main. But I also played 6 Moon and 8 Moon. Like, I literally had like deck for Modern just to understand how stupid, if you really want to know the format, can get. Play 6 Moon. And that is literally 2 to 3 Blood Moons main, with like Magus of the Moon already in there. Just as a giant fuck you. Now, it does not affect red. It might affect you. It affects more decks that rely on everything that's non-basic. Which, in turn, is... Really? This is a fucked up run. Why? We shouldn't be suffering. Again, we haven't really been getting hellborns in a couple of rounds either. 600. See, you know your bird or your pet does not hoover up this stuff. You would think they do. But no, they don't. Gold, yeah. Items, yeah. Exalted Council, I saw it. Jesus. Talk about an Aether. Just shifted towards Aether masses. Now, obviously, but yeah, no. The only thing that's gonna be weird with the mana bases going forward in standard is gonna be the effects like dragons had on. I don't know if it was really. It was before dragons. It was all of Khan's blockhead. Great time to play standard. A great time to play modern. But like Pioneer. That's actually why Esper Dragons is actually a viable deck in there. There's like, it's one of those sets every time they release it, like the whole. So, the thing I haven't seen yet, but I'm pretty sure is there, is removal. I'm pretty sure. Because there is a lot of power creep within. So, there's a lot of creatures in that set that are like 5 for like a 4 or a 5. There's like, I've seen stuff it's like 3 for like I've seen things that are like 3 for like, so the baby siege rhino, but then you also got the grotesquely overvalued stuff with no delve. Which was in the last set, though. Stupid. It's so Ugin. I had a suspicion it was going to be really powerful. But all these cards have homes in, like, various strategies, which I think come from that set. It will probably be the set that spawns the next wave of retardation of mechanics for, like, the next 2 years. Like, give it a year, give it about that, give it about the other. It's kind of dumb. Because we're off on 2... Yes. By the way, I would like to get XP, but people are just being... Actually, the player base, not a good day. What is it, a Thursday? Thursday afternoon? The best and brightest aren't on. I am curious. Because we've been getting drip fed the spoilers for a while. Uh, Someone thought that was a good idea. That's not a good idea. No. Within range, 3 and a black and an enchantment, you get 2 red warrior. Whenever you attack, each opponent loses life equal to the number of creatures attacking them. No, that's never gonna go bad. Gold Lush Triad. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. By the way, the artwork in this set is amazing. Myriad is basically when the attacks create 2 other copies in Commander. Really? I have a question. Who asked for Mystic Snake 2.0? Like, who asked for Mystic Snake 2.0? But it looks good. So Mystic Snake was originally just a counter spell when it came in with Flash. So this can counter a creature card, destroy an enchantment, or gain 3 life surveil. I mean, it's a modular spell, which, I mean, to be fair, those always have a future. See, we're just now getting those things. Okay. Yeah, so the Commander product is interesting. Hello, buddy. What's up? Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's stupid. This set's gonna be a gold mine. Yeah? Whenever you... not as good. I mean... A mana siphon? They're basically surveil lands. The thing about it is, right? Permission. Turn target permanent for the degree of that's not going to be broken. Yeah, no, there's a lot of cards in the set that are just really stupid. Like, they have a regrowth. You basically got a land. Okay, so it's a utility land that basically enters play tapped. Unless you control X or the other. Not a basic, just any duel. And if you stack them right, you have those. Now, I'm suspecting this is part of a cycle. Which we might get the other part of the cycle of this year? But yeah. That's going to be pretty brutal. It's probably going to be the first set of the year that I think in about maybe a year to 2 years. It's going to be highly, very super, super good. And honestly, but though Cons was one of my favorite sets, though. You know, there's honestly cards that should not be. Look, Wizards never learned. But then again, there's also a card that's been around for like a couple of years. That it's a dragon that destroys destroys a land or something. I forget what it does. That has come out that's a forecast that people kind of forgot about or people aren't using as well. Except, it's like, yeah, I'm going to blow up a land, but in another format, it's literally a card that is just an LD at the end of the day. Which, honestly, I think it's one of those tricks of... I don't even think Final Fantasy has been spoiled yet. Talk about unholy power creep. Like, we're supposed to be getting, Final Fantasy spoilers now? But we're not getting them. Discard any number. Yeah. It's hard to look because a lot of these are like you would suspect we're starting. We should be getting spoilers, but we're not getting any spoilers. When that's what she released. Oh yeah, no, of course we're not getting in those.
Some reason I actually thought it was going to be this. No. Tarkir Dragonstorm's the next one.
But my thing is, why the hell would you be trying to No. It's kind of contradictory. Why would you... See, business-wise... 3 months? So yeah, so Final Fantasy's the summer set. Yeah, no, why I am tired. But yeah. Anyways, it's one of those days. Are you done? My cat's kind of pacing. I'm not sure why. I gotta figure out. I'm kind of annoyed. People are not being very helpful. And I mean that because... See, you'll get a good squad to do something, then it just falls apart. What do we have here? That's why I stopped, like, after a bit. Ugh. See, okay. See, the issue, right? If people just play enough, they're gonna be fine. But, like, at the same rate, they either go do something for a second or they're just doing it between. So it turns out it screws up a flow, but like once you get into that flow, you're good. Like I could probably find a nice hole in the area of the game and just do it for a bit, but dear God. I mean, one parts of the game are slower than others, so pits who are better. Infernal pits are good. They're right under pits. But the question is where's the... Yeah, I don't care. And see, this is the problem with like a seasonal game where you would think it's Mother's Blessing, so you at least play 3 to 4 hours. It's like one of those few, like, where you're gonna get XP if you play. Quite honestly. Be really, really good, the paths. But I don't know. They're not there. So it's a solo grind. But pits are more that solo grind. Like, and if I do them, they might as well be 90. It's like, well, can you clear that? It's like, that's where you just don't do it. It's about the most boringest thing in the world. At least for me, after a bit. I don't call it much as boredom as much as, I'm already powerful. It's just hell. It's achievement. You know? Like, I got good experience from those pits, but it's also like no one wants to do them. So it's like, and that's a bigger problem. Like, a lot of the player base is utterly divided. Like if I turn around and burn these, right? Like, I don't think anyone does 6 pits. I really don't. No one does 6. Or hordes. I still call these pits, but they're hordes. Hordes versus pits are utterly like, okay. You're not doing it for the Abducite. You're doing it to clear. But you want people. So these are like 6 minutes. And you're not doing it. If you're doing it on the clear, sure. See, I would probably, if I wanted to do 6, I would just switch to my other one. It's not suitable. Like, this character is good, but it's good in the ones it does. Like, I could easily do this in Spiritborn. Spiritborn would be the easiest for this. But I need to see how much experience these are getting. If these are giving, like, 3... I'm curious. But the more of the other ones are better. Like, you're being stupid. But yeah, nah, I have been rather busy. As I said, I usually stay busy. But according to gay Australians and failures from Kansas City, contrary to popular belief, I do fine. Oh boy. So if I were to do this, I would just not do this class. This class is, like, not the best at this speed. Like, you're not really doing this, like, for the other. Because I'd be curious on how much. I just go to, like, my Spiritborn and do it. But then again, my spirit board is good for this, but sucks more in the pit. So 6 one, half a dozen the other, right? It's 6 one, half a dozen that the other when it comes to, like, it's horrible too because certain stuff is just good in better parts of the game. Like, this has like a effective, like, this doesn't churn. Like, I'll be the first to admit, like, if everything is bunched, oh dear God, can you get these things to just do it? Hi, Butcher. No one cares. And it's not about as much as about a DPS race versus it is about a. It's the race to clear is the problem. Like, ideally, every class has something they're really good at. Like, Bloodwave Necro is not Shadow Necro. Like, Shadow Necro, I do pretty well in these because it's just a 100% different. But I also have like 8 minions, so I have 8 minions that wind up doing work for me as well. But Spiritborn is nothing but spam attacks, so it's better. Like, the time attacking is definitely different. Like, I don't like the time attacks. Like, this is basically time attack labor. But the question ultimately is how much XP are we getting? That's the key. Why? So, if I conduct an experiment to see, right? See, I don't ever run my 6 compasses. Like, 6 compasses are very short, because they're like 6-minute turnarounds. See, it's the downside to not actually having minions. Really. 214 isn't shit. Ain't good either. It's not shit, and it's not good. I mean, if I have to go to quick clears, I'll go to a different character. It's actually why barbarians were really not a very happy camper, are you? Look, at this point, I'm not hurting for, like, I'm not actually hurting for, like, the materials. per se. That's because of a lot of the excessive farming. Like, I just go live somewhere. Like, I think I'm at, like, I want to say, I mean, what looks like it. I mean, I'm at the part where I could probably, hypothetically, I haven't checked my gem fragments in a while. But yeah, the core gem fragments, I'm still hurting on. Like, diamond. I think emeralds, I'm just now been able to. Rubies as well. But, like, diamonds, skulls, topaz. Like, honestly, here, you transmute. So, here's something, right? So, where is she? Oh, you're here. You're here? You're the healer. I know that she's here somewhere. They put you over here. Let me see. Transmutation, right? Like, I can make shards of agony, right? These. But yeah, like, you need blood, you need these. But these are used to, these are things. These are used, horns are used to transmute up this stuff. I mean, hell, I might as well just go do the other. I might as well just go ahead and do Undercity for materials. The way it works, right? What, hell, Undercity materials gives about 30, sometimes 50 a run if you're in a group. Actually, that's what it'll tell people. But that's more of an issue, though.
Interesting. I'll be right back.
I need to. Really, I'm back to a lot of them. I did a lot of rune recycling too, so I wind up getting a lot of runes. Now the big deal is who can. What's funny is one of my friends told me there was a one of the people who does math rediscovered the. They rediscovered the ebon again. Basically, rediscovered this ebon piercer, yes. And the funny part about it is that it is a very good, like, horde clearing to a degree. Like, when you want something that clears out, like, I pretty much put, like, to a degree quickly. Blight will do it. Blight does it, and they're like, oh, blight exists. Yeah, well, it's always existed. It's just sometimes people just don't think about it. All these shitty ass elixirs that I don't ever use. Half of them all come from either resources or stashes. I don't ever. They'll get a shit ton of them. They're good on certain characters, but not good on the others. Tunes? Is he telling me tunes I can't fit in? There's no room for tunes? Tune telequism ton. Really? See, I have not run these. Oh, I'm starting to get higher runes. That's probably why. I'm getting a lot of them. And when you start getting a bunch of these, right, you transmute up to these, basically. Where is the gem crafter? It's the gem crafter, isn't it? Yes. I believe it's a gem crafter. Hold on. It's the gem crafter. Yes. It's like a rune gambling. Like, you might pull stuff off. It's not the worst. Yeah, but this is what I was doing. So I think I'll go back into Infernals, but if I can clear that, like, decent XP, then I should not care. That's a big deal. Be fine. It's the other one. It's like these. 2. It's a good way to get rid of your lower runes. It's supposed to transmute them up. It's a strange way. But at the same rate, like, I kinda did. Like, you do this on a. You're doing this more on the idea that you're going to have these. Like, you could literally transmute most of these up, but you still need them to a degree. Like, if you keep a normal amount, 4, 5, 3, let's go 4, 2, 4, 5, yes. Oh god, I should not do that to Monies. Monies are like really one of the bigger. I don't the common ones though, that's probably why. Like, some runes are very valuable, but you don't think about it. Moni, it's like, what is it, Bach? Uh-huh. So I wonder what happened there. Okay, that's weird. I must have had an additional stack. That's the only thing I can figure. I must have had 2 stacks. That's probably why there was 1 extra slot. Yeah. And you can gamble these runes the same way and try to get these. Basically, you can try that. Which I might do eventually. Because I don't even... It's like, depends on what the conversion rate of runes is. Like, a lot of these other runes aren't used at all. Like, the runes you see are Zal. What is it? Sometimes Lack. Lack is used. Like, that stuff is used in probably other things. So let me see. What is actually the conversion rate of these? I am curious. And you get a lot of these by quacks. roughly, right? You get... So roughly you're getting... Roughly it's a pretty good, decent conversion rate in runes. Sometimes it's better than the others, but... Well, I'll just do 20. See, a lot of this is just part of the inventory maintenance if you really, really care. At some point, you're just getting so many damn runes, it's not even funny. And all these runes just go back and build. Pretty sure 30 fucking runes is still good for even that stuff. I mean, it's pretty much like just the... It's more of the gambling chance, because supposedly... One of my friends actually said, see, I haven't played the blacksmith game this season. The blacksmith game is go get stuff from, basically to blacksmith caches. Now, if you ever want gear from that, it's possible. Yeah. Now, I just go check. I'm going to go check out the... Go back to Hordes and check that one out. One's intelligence, so it's not really useful for me. Get what it is. Yeah, see, intelligence doesn't work on this character. So I had an extra stack of those too, I guess. Shitting me. I mean, the conversion rate up is still pretty rare, though. Like, I want to say the conversion rate is just pure. Like, it's just pure RNG, really. Oh, that's what I need to do before I go over there. Strength. See, I'm wondering how much just XP you get. Like, if you're getting enough, it's just burn through those. Interesting. It's terrible to come back to a person who actually did the thing. This is a better just horde clearing. Like, we're talking just grinding up and horde clearing is what this build is designed for. You can use it in, like, lower level pits, but it's largely better in just horde clearing. I mean, it's still good at low enough pit pushing, but high pit pushing, it's possible. I just haven't tested it all in a long time. But as far as just mobility and just murdering, like, things, of course. So, the idea, right, is, let's see, how quick this. But I could also just deeply fill my inventory with a shit ton of boss mats and say, fuck it. kind of how it goes, doesn't it? Yeah, but all in all, though, I think I'll have to figure it out. Like, I do need to. I'm just gonna let the first couple of waves and days shake out from Assassin's Creed Shadows. Hell, you know, I may have to have the... Ugh. When I say Gay Beans and other people like him are special ed, it's like with Tony. I've said this before about him. Tony basically is an old man. Like, now he gives a fuck about video games. Yeah, it's like, well, but I don't care about video games. Yeah, it's like, okay, my guy. And this is a man. I guess he replaced video games with trolling people on Twitter. I guess, I don't know. I guess you trade one problem for another, you know? God forbid he discovered drugs at some point. But, like, dear God, man. The guy literally, these people say, I hate country culture. I'm like, dude, as I've said to Gay Beans, man, when I reiterate this, if I see him speak once on either Snow White, Assassin's Creed, or anything of the games coming out, don't. I don't want to hear him say nothing. Ah, but he'll jump in the discourse. That's because of his hatred of FNT. Or something. Tony's case is whatever's going to be the agenda of the week and the other boring content of the week. Nah, this class just has... This character has a horribly high, like, horrible rate of just... Like, it's pure attack speed. It's what this class is. That's why it's a better horde clearing one than anything. This is all horde clearing class. Like, this is why... No. Well. First run anyways. I didn't see the XP. I mean, it's a small chunk, right? Not the best. It's not fast. Then again, it's a drop in the bucket, so it's one of those it's a drop in the bucket in compared to what you actually have to do. That's still only like 200. This has been dragging out like a lot. Like, I'm not sure about like. Was it like 271? And that's the thing, right? So a lot of the hordes, it's just what gives the best XP, because they may have, like, see, inadvertently, they go around and they nerf the better sources. I know 10s are good. 6s. Really? But then again, when you reach this level, it's everything's like a drop in a bucket. It's like a grain of sand in the ocean. $303. That's what it was last. So what? 4? So now we're talking like 4. I was 4 million by now, so what, about 2 away? It might actually inadvertently be really good, depending on the other. So like 4 a wave, right? So what? Be curious what this is at the end of this wave. Like the end of the. So we're talking about 4, so Maybe. Hopefully. Really? That's 350s. Okay. Game. I'm just gonna... At some point. This is just Soul Spires, by the way. This is not fucking... This is where I would love to have... That's all Soul Spires.
Yep.
I had nothing else in the damn pool, actually. So yeah, like, it's what's the question I have, like, is ultimately, like, what's the faster route where you want to live and do things? So, like, the idea, right? Some people play with damage numbers. I don't do that. Like, I know roughly amount the damage. Like, the multipliers do add up, but they nerfed the multipliers on this class. Like, it used to be so much more that we used to have. What? Now, what do you get on completion, I wonder? But then again, this goes by quicker when you're dealing with an attack class rather than a skill class. Skill classes usually have cooldowns or variant other problems. And I don't know if there's an optimal route. It's where you like sitting comfortable for hours. And how much time do you have? I am surprised the other one, the first one was alive, even. Like, I mean, granted, like, this build does just that much damage. Like, I think this build, like, I've kind of gotten it tuned to where it needs to be. Like, I'll pull out stuff periodically. But all in all, yeah. What is that? Grand total. Well, that's 14. That's like 14 million. It's not bad on Pits, to be honest. How is Pit, by the way? Pit's still like. So, a 6 in 6 minutes
Is about, so it's about 14 million.
But here's the other problem. You have to be able to clear 90s in a minute and a half or 90 seconds. Somewhere around in that. Like the joke's kind of like, say you go to 90s. I have not tested this character this far in a while. Like, I don't think it'd be very funny if this works. I am not expecting. God damn, you give me the worst map from my character. Again. See, all my skills are bouncing off the thing. Again. Yeah, this game hates me. Does hate me in the turn. So, like, when it gives me, like, these style maps, right? This with all these eternal hard walls. Is kind of where... But I'm not gonna say this class got hit with a nerf bat pretty damn hard, but like it kept filtered. And again, all my skills are bouncing off walls, so they're not doing what they're supposed to. Good at horde clearing. There was one really early on that got to 100, but it wouldn't have been by a map like this. Like, this map is very, very bad. Because, like, all my skills, right, they get blocked by, like, all these pillars. So, like, I'm supposed to have damage on return, and it's all blocking half of it. Well, like, if this was an opener map, oh god, these things have been dead long prior. Like, if that was the case, these things would have been just long, long dead. be a better tile. Oh boy, though. Yeah, no. As much as I like this class, this is like very different. Now, what I'm finding is some of the terrain is like it's blocking like, everything I do. It's not even the damage, right? So half my damage when it comes back through, it's not interacting. But you also have ads in here that actually stack up to the, they'll stack up and be like, apparently I've gathered like 3 million being in here. Boy. What the fuck? Weird. But I think I've only now started to have enough emeralds to actually be able to get grand gems on all my characters this season. Like, this character would be like a 4 million investment. Actually. I actually only have 2 grands on this character. And that's just been the state of the gem economy this season. Like, I haven't, like, cared enough, but... I mean, I doubt 20 DAX matters. Yeah, but it's just layout, though. Like, these layouts don't... So you see my feathers go out. The feathers... Well, quill volley, right? So it goes... When they're supposed to come back and they're supposed to retreat back, they're not retreating back. So that means... Well, if they're retreating back, they're not dealing the damage they should. Like, hell, like... Basically, my basic attack is being absorbed by a wall. Oh, but that kills. Other stuff kills. But not the whirlwind. Being absorbed by a wall. Oh boy, no. That's not a good one. This gave me to the stupid boss. And you know what's gonna be sad? They want to make this shit tougher next season. By like 20% per level. That's the worst part. We already have, like, this was a top bill from, like, last season. I mean, granted, right, the idea is they nerfed it down that hard, and you're talking, like, I mean, we're already seeing effects. Like, I've seen this character dip and ebb and flow for a while. Apparently I sucked in a brand new group of enemies, but I don't know where the hell they came from. Why are the spiders not dying? Here's the thing. Like, this build, last time I played it, was having no issues. Nothing has changed in it. I just want to see how much I get off of it, if so. I mean, hell, if I have to do that, like at 90. So if one's like 15, let's assume, right? Because I know my Necro, or one of them, can clear it. What I may go in is I may go... Actually, what I may take... If I do this character next season, I'll steal all of the... I am going to steal... basically the ones from my other character, potentially. Now this is disappointing, because this character was probably blasting through stuff about last time I played it. At least about... And this character is like way too just button spammy to care. It just hurts my hand after like a couple of hours. Like after so many clicks, I'm just, that's gonna hurt. Like the, But I'll go probably put like 2 more crayons on him. And probably what? 2 grand amethyst probably? But I don't think it's gonna make a difference. And these things are already a walking health pool. So that is a bad problem. See, I may have to go back to go to the glyphs that are on the other one. That give all the boosts to the magic and the rare. And then that probably bring up the power level of a lot of these. No, I can't do that. Oh god, I am stuck here. Fine. Like, if there was a, goes above 3, I would be dead. I just want to see how much to get on the completion. If that's the rate, I'll just switch to the other character. Because here's the issue, and I'm not too happy about this. I feel like they did a stealth nerf to this character, this class. Just a bit. Thank you. I'm not gonna lie, that is ridiculous. Like, if you can clear hordes, you should be able to clear better. Mm-mm-mm. At least I know at least what they at least 15. Like these clear this clears these faster. So that's about 15. But I know I can do that. That's a lot of shit though. But pits would be where there's premium though. You know. Pits would be where the premium are. God, it drinks the shit out of me. Those do. Mm-mm-mm. Be right back though. Yeah, see what I need to do, like what I would do like on this character, strangely enough, is I would change like it's okay. Like I think I use see on my other one I use like these. Yeah, I think it's like this one here. Mina, but I need to level these. It'd be a good time to do it. What is it? Mina. This is kind of a stock build, though. Maybe go outmatch. Maybe go. But I actually have to level these. Canny consumption doesn't help. Hubris. See, hubris it would need to be leveled. Mina. Hubris and Mina. I'm gonna say what? Revenge I use. Like Colossal's still really good though. But like you think, but a lot of these it's good at killing things at tier 4, but this is a build it's like still like it's recommended. But it's not enough. It's like crit, but it's not hitting as hard as it should. So if I put Mina, so Mina and Hubris, right? Probably would get something that actually helps. Mina, Hubris. Fuck, even Headhunter. Ritual. I mean, you can do Outmatch. Outmatch is pretty good too, that's just rare. God, that's gonna be some shit. Glyphs. I did not want to be getting into doing glyphs this late in the season. Because it's not really an armor game either. I mean, I could probably use a better ring here. I could use a better one here. But that's like a fuck. This is like a losing battle. It's like I haven't got one of these all season. Like I picked up hold on a sec. I swear I picked up a 3. Yeah, I did pick up a 3. I picked up another 2. I picked up another 2, indeed. But it ain't a good one. Same one. That's a 50. But in the same vein, it's like, dear God, like... It's still pretty bad when you start to look at, like... When you start to look at just what you have to do just to pull out damage. Like, if you're looking at what you have to do to pull out damage... Like, it's pretty insane at that level. Just to see what you have to pull out. And the thing is, pits, if they're worried about people now, like, largely the only things people ever I see, or characters, are the ones doing quadrillion damage. That's a problem. missed something.
See, this is the problem I've been struggling to find. Like, the idea of what is the exact best route to go live in. And that's the weird part. Like, Bloodwave is good, but it doesn't.
What am I on? I mean, but I know damn well this character could do it.
Like, I know this one could. This was my second Necro, but
It should probably be my main Necro from here on out every season.
so.
Is that it? That's the ones I need, right? It keeps yelling at me to do the story. I don't wanna. And that's why it keeps wanting, because you actually have to do the seasonal story on a low difficulty. Which, to be fair, is shouldn't be a locked thing. But it happens. It's easier. I mean, now that my witch gems are in place, I could probably pull a couple of grands. Like, in reality, like, that might be what I probably do. If I really wanted to min-max more, would be 20...
Hate to say it, but this has been my go-to build. Like this or even Shadow Minions, which, bear in mind, like, you're supposed to use. Look, the two-handed route is fine. Look, I personally, it's a little bit cancerous, but bear in mind, this build is a version, but I am using both Kissimmee and the other. But I am also not using rune words. Wow. Just ignore. Casually millions. Just a second. Nope. Doesn't happen. I think this was my first build that I started, like, pushing really high up. Like, it started doing better than my other one, because this is where I was spending a lot of my time. And I refined the theory for it. Which I could probably duplicate on my other one, but I can't use the, but I think what I found out on it, it's like, it's one of those weird builds that takes, like, that's why I both glue. But, like, you have your rotations real pretty. See. And to be fair, this can also, in honest, can burn bosses in one hit. But I had to rework this with characters' glyphs, so that was not normal. It was pretty normal. Down. Q. It was about 4 minutes. 4.5. Oh, I cannot believe I missed that. I feel like an idiot. I did. I missed it. So, what was that? So 4.5 minutes. $14 million, right? So it's about 14 mil. 14 million in 4 minutes. Is about what it is. So 14. So that's 14 million. Was that 22-1? So where we were at, was that 22, was it 322-1? So about 14 million. 4.5. The other one 6 minutes. But it can be. It could actually probably be. Oh shit, I forgot to go spend. Forgot to go spend obols. God damn it. Leave no obols unspent. So 4. Meh. Four and a half in pits, basically. One could say. By the way, trying to find a focus this season has been a bitch. Focuses don't exist, okay? I have firmly determined that. Once in a blue moon, like, shields don't fucking exist either, by the way. Like, for someone to fucking prove me wrong. Like, I had another person who was, like, on Necro and that, and I had to go ask them. So, like, two decent ones in, like, 9, in, like, what, 9 or 10,000. Like, it's so stupid. Let's see. Top my coffee off here a second, go back in. So I think, well, this character, I don't know. This character seems to inherit it better. They're not understand why. It's a lot better of an absolute character than the other. So let's see, here's just a barbarian. I don't know, everyone just goes for the flaming aesthetic wings. About 4.5. So was that 4.5 on that one? Let's see. But I said, if you really want to break out the Excel sheet chart, you could. Same one. See, this one was the evolution of that other build. I like you're just gonna just. There you go. And also not using flesh eater quartz. But what's funny over here, I have more gear that has like 52% damage, that type stuff, which works so much better. Get out. See, all of my characters all have a Hungering Void on it, which pulls them in. Now, sometimes it does, and it also makes them crowd controlled, which absolutely. Go eat one. Regather up my blood orbs. Like, it's not an easy build. Like, this I could easily see still surviving. But, like, this is the peak I could get this build. Like, outside of having a 4-star Kissimmee. Oh, God. Which will never happen. I got lucky I got a 4-star Ebon Piercer, actually. 4-star Ebon Piercer. It's a little slower. How do you survive? You're a dick. I see, this is where... How did you live? So, yeah, so it's about 14. So these are about 14, yeah. So they're about equal in term. But that's if you knock down the clearing. But the ideal time to run pits this level would be like 90 seconds, as I said before, 90-ish. About 90. Now, the only other thing that I could test on here eventually is, like, go a two-hander. But that means I lose title on, so I have to change that. So I have to go, title. So sack bonuses, right? So I have to have another ring. very similar ring. And that was it. Yeah, so it's about 14. So 14 or 15, depending on the wave, depending on the other ones, have the you're likely to have that other one. Yeah, but to be honest though, like, that's so shitty. Okay, see, axes are damage over time. Maces are overpower damage, right? Maces are overpower. Which, it's kind of if you look at it. But yeah, like if I went to test the two-handed route with this, which I use on the other one, that's what about everyone uses, but it's supposed to be the most optimal way to play this build. Though I thoroughly disagree in concept. Unless, and I mean unless, you get a really damn good two-hander. Because what happens is, okay, that's all stats. That's intelligence. This just goes up to just intelligence. Now, you take a hit down here, which you wind up losing. Where is that? But what I do lose is in overpower damage in a way. Like the only thing that's weird in this build is the overpower damage. Like, I don't have it. Which makes it really interesting when you go to do it. Like, it's just the issue. But it's still like, what? 14. It's like 14 million. Like, that 14 million. Like, I don't know if there's a firm way around that. Like a 14. I have to figure it out, but the math itself is still weird. Let me see. See, I have this one. Now, if I change that to overpower damage, that would work on this build. I mean, 40% damage over time, but I'm assuming you're using Tidal. So you lose this, as I said. Any other season, that would be ridiculously stupid, but not this season. See, I'm curious if I could. If I changed out the gear, could I? Could I? I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. So that's flat overpower damage, right? Yes. That's flat overpower damage. But you need life. That. See, the thing is, it has damage. So that is life. It's about right where it needs to be. Which I am totally fine with in testing. Okay. Now, the problem itself, right, is I have to find a replacement for that ring. It's not a choice. Well, on this version at least. And to be perfectly honest, right, it's like, how much do I have? I can make 3 topaz. Well, you know, I look at this and I sometimes astonished. Yes, it's pretty bad. But you know what? In the name of progress, I usually ignore what the other. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Man, I probably I make like 2 rubies. Like rubies would work in the weapon. Like if I wanted to test that, I probably should. Okay, good. Need emerald, emerald, emerald. Yes, give me 2. I'm pretty sure my other one would just go my other. Like, technically, I do need better gems, right, on my other characters, which I'm not diehardly against them, but that's the trick, right? A lot of it is like, are we pushing enough? And that's usually where a lot of us are at. Like, all we are trying to do is inch out damage. But I mean, depending on the mobs, but the mobs are set, though. That's the only problem with those 2 areas. Like, pits, there's always extra stuff. All the time. There's always pits. Pits, oh, Jesus. So, hordes versus pits are pits on completion if it's based on the time. Time is what determines that. So time clearing determines that.
Now, if time clearing, this is where you have to find the ideal. Wow, I got 14. See, okay, I haven't played this character in a bit, so it's like when you find these characters and what I have extras of, I'll just tell you about how much. I was like, yeah, see, I can fuck around. See, like when you reach this level, you know. See, this is the issue in the Paragons, right? 300 Paragon, you're basically a proverbial god. So, unless you're trying to do, like down to here, right? Regardless, that's where I need to go anyways. It doesn't really matter if I go here or go here. As long as I'm here, right? Grandiose, I fill out all the blue. Like, corporeal. Let's see, what do I use here? Do different. So I go sacrificial, amplify, blood drinker, corporeal. Right. Gravekeeper. That's what I do. So much better. Ow. See, this is where you just go a little grandiose, right? So this gives rare nodes, but what the fuck ever. You know, pull all the nodes you wish. Yep. Honestly, it's like, sure, because you just pull them. It's like, but I mean, sure, those are stats. But, like, to be honest, here, nah. Like, the only thing at these bonuses are rare. These don't, like, this buffs magic nodes, so it's worth to put up there. So those buff magic nodes. Things that buff, like, rare are gold, blue are magic. So, like, these inherently buff, so it gives me a lot more. Now, it's where you see it in certain builds. It's been that way for a long time. Like, you can go into specialty nodes. Like, don't get me wrong. Now, if I have to go grandiose, see, I don't have anything ever kill me. Ever. Well, actually, heck, I am not one-shotted. But if I go to less health, I mean, I could go to... So there's, like, here, like, so, like, this is an investment of about, like, 6. If I really want to go grandiose. Here, so it's like 5. Take out here. You know what I mean? This is like, sure, everything is like, no, I don't need these. Nope, I don't need those. Nope. Nope, don't need those. See, this is healing per second, so I can gain like 150 a second, so I'm always at life. I mean, if I really go into there. I mean, that's like, sure. But like once, so like usually once this happens, yeah, 1, 2, and here. So my willpower is pretty good. Now I need to find a ring. I saw a stray lava on. thought he was working. Hmm. See, there's a slight difference in power, right? So, I'm gonna change out this ring, though. Because title has to go on this one. And, uh, uh, See, that's the big difference, right? Because, like, Infernal Hordes have a lot more ads in them. You're, like, talking, but a pit 95 clear with all elixirs is, like, 22. Now, this is just the basic math, right? So, what is a 15? And that's what you're getting in cents per. So. See, I need a max intel ring. That's always the hardest part. Yeah, and see, the hordes, right, are that... Because he agrees. See, hordes are like... So, hordes rounds are minimum a minute. But in reality, a 10 wave is in between. Which, that's not counting mobs. Now, I do need... We're talking intel. See, that's max intelligence. But that's missing one thing. Life. Man, then it goes into damage over time. It's the problem with rings this season. See, a ring like that's pretty good. So that's like attack speed, though. Ish. And the problem is, trying to find rings this season have been very, very hard. Oh yeah, like any other season, that would be a ridiculous ring. But not this.
What is that? That shadow, though. That one's perfect, in a way. That one's perfect. As life, but assume you have to take the damage over time off, which really fucks with what I want to go do. Like, I love that. Oh dear God, that is a beautiful ring. Because Shadow creates vulnerable. Vulnerable is very exploitable. Even though Vol damage got kicked in the nuts, by the way. Vulnerable damage is going to get kicked in the nuts very hard. Like, Vol damage got taken down by like 15%. See, I picked these up. But, like, these would be good, like, over, like, something like this if you roll life. But they're, like, ideal for that. Like, I don't know why I save these things. I don't know. Some days, like, I save, like, these, but, like, it's like rainy day gear, so to speak. And believe it or not, I actually got rid of shit. See, that has max life, right? See, I've been hitting the amulet gold mine, right? The gold mine on amulets for me have been ridiculous. Like, it's just been like this whole season. Now, say I offered this to my friend. That's very okay. This is a very expensive item. This is probably a 1% item. The way it rolled. It rolled in every aspect that you want. Except for intelligence. And that is roughly like a 70%. In fact. It's like a 70%. That's like a 70% too. And that's max life. Huh. That's actually better than this. I haven't sold it. And honest to God, but people don't use focuses, though. See, that's the thing. People don't use focuses. Ah. Where the fuck? That's been hiding here, isn't it? Interesting. So you're telling me that was hiding here. See, I like this. Because it has a natural overpower damage. But these are very similar. Test a theory. Don't care. You know what? Test a theory. I don't really care. I don't go sell items, so crit damage don't mean shit, though. Really? You're gonna be that way? There we go. What was it? 64? Oh no. Low. Oh
Don't tell me 62. Hold on. What's the max damage? Yeah, so we can get to 70. The question is, how much does it take to hit the 70? I mean, I could even imagine. I mean, if you hit 70. Oh, that is 66. Look, I don't even think you could. No, I just don't think it's possible. Because what, 70% would be like... I take that. I will. I mean, what, 66, 70? Like, the only thing that makes that better is the 70. And both those would be identical. Right? Both of those. I mean, but here you're playing the reroll game to see if the value comes up. But it's not like, well, shit. 68. I guess the game finally says, fuck it, and just gives it to me. Good. Alright. I mean, what's a billion between here, there, and everywhere? I like how he can play. It's the same thought process I do. Like, well, they're like 5 minutes. They're like nightmare dungeons when you gather up the loot. Well, depends how fast you either click through, I should say. Like, if you are absolutely running like a fiend, you're going to more than likely just to do that way. You're not going to really care. Now, I do need to change the imprint on this. I need to change the imprint. I need to go timber. So, Titanfall is what I need. Not it. That's a 2 Titanfall, which is a good sign, but not what we are after. You think I could get the 2 Titanfall? The 4 Titanfall?
Like, a 2 Titanfall isn't shit. I wouldn't want to brick the item, but... You know what's funny? These are identical weapons. These are absolutely identical. But they're all rolling different. It's dead. Uh, you know, that's scary. That's just scary. Hold on. I don't think I can... Oh yeah, it's not out of Masterwork charges yet. So that one... Now it is. Okay, so the difference is 30%, right? But 30%'s different. Like, if you're trying to get, like, a roll, like, you're trying to go for the 30%, the 30% is what would be where you would go. So, like, the 30%. 30, I mean, then again, what's 30? Like, 30% would be perfect. $170 wall fortified, right? So 170. I mean, how many charges I got left? I mean, similar. That, and that's like 70, and that one's 70 both. So like 80. Like, that one would be the superior one. Which, now, let's see how they both rank up. See, identical weapons, but I bet the other ones... Sure. Oh, that was turning out to be the better one. Oh no, that one's the... It was scary. That one's turned out to be the better. Then again, that is perfect for this. But conduct a test exercise. Well, difference in life. We're talking about the difference in damage output, right? Damage output is different. Now, for this next stage, I need that. I'm going to have to start whittling down amulets again, because apparently all my amulets... I had a whole bunch of, like, really good amulets drop. And... hurts. Which I'll do. It's not that hard. Making sure, click chance through. That's a different ring. I mean, that's intelligence, but see, that's tied to the other one. Let me see. Like, that's tied, like, woefully to the other one. So I pulled this. Ah, it's beautiful, by the way. That's pure D beautiful. Still have this, too. When that's ever going to get used. Because I already have Doombringer. See, I already have Doombringer, so I have a high doubt that ever is going to get used. I mean... like, Fist of Fates have been, like, that really big one, like, for a while. Like, they're really good for what they do. Inch of that right there. Now, I do complain about Arch and his hoarding, but at least, see, he does not ever go into his own inventory. For the love of God, at least sort your inventory. Like, once in a blue moon or while, basically. Like, this is how you avoid a lot of these. But, his situation's just more apt that, like, yeah, a lot of this stuff is good in theory, but, like, 44, 42, right? See, that's like a 3, and it's in the right spot. Like, Bandish Lords. In any other granted season, Bandish Lord would be, like, really good. But, like, this a season, like, with the game direction, you nullify it. Godslayer's Crown? Yeah, like, nah. This shit's gone in a fucking heartbeat. Like, no one's using it. Like, no, like, Godslayer's Crown was used early on. It's, like, used in builds, but it's very different how it winds up being used. No, that can die. That can go away. It's intelligence, damage over time, intelligence. See, that's not max intelligence, though. Because I'm going to lose intelligence. I could roll intelligence on that one. That has intelligence. All these have intelligence, though. That has damage maxed. That can be rolled up to 21, which is maxed. So that it's not max, and it depends on the intelligence. It depends on the RNG of the roll. But you say this doesn't have max intelligence. That has damage over time. Arguably, I'm not sure if, in turn, that is why a lot of my stuff is really stupid. But I'm not sure. Like, that's worth IRL money, possibly. But in reality, as I said, it's only missing like one item, one thing. $121. That's what I'm looking for. 121. 19. So, in building, this is how you kind of have to figure it. Now, the question is, can I get really lucky on the damage while fortified? Make it perfect in terms, but getting a perfect roll is harder. What I want is 21. 21. There's 120. 20. Can you find me the last one? Come on. Last one. This is when you have the more time and money than sense, you could say. There's a point we get where we get, like, so much money. Like, yeah, you spend all this. Well, let me go find an item and sell it, or go farm up. There we go. Now, this is the item that I would re-roll. Like, honestly, it's the item that is worth, like, re-rolling a bunch. Because the fact that it has a... Actually, what's the other one I use? See, that's like my focus on the other one. But the focus that I need on this is damage while fortified. That's the one for Shadow, though. Like, I could probably, in theory, find a better one. Let's go get Titanfall.
So you don't do me. See, there's Titanfall, like, 2, right? Titanfall. So, Titanfall 2, right, is the max. Is it only 2 Titanfall? Yeah. So, it's only 2 Titanfall. Sorry. Yeah, I probably fucked that up. I thought you could probably get more. No, it's 2 max Titanfall. Now, let's go get damage wall fortified. Okay, damage wall fortified. It. And this is why you have scrolls. See, I may have to live with like a decent one because I don't have many rerolls. I have like 7 rerolls. Fuck you. What I need is damage wall fortified. The game is being stubborn. Okay. Alright. Alright. 102. Yep. Okay. You know, that's the one you probably reroll a couple of times just to see what you get. Like, that is good for what that is. I mean, life intelligence, it didn't get the damage, but I wonder where all your abducite goes, by the way. You ever wondered where all your abducite goes? To this. See, this is playing the reroll game currently. And this is why you have always have an extra shit ton of it. This is all just searching for the right roll chances to roll. See, it's getting the damage wall fortified. But RNG is saying fuck everything else. That's not what I'm after. Well, see, there's Titanfall 4. So Titanfall 4 is kind of where you wish to be. See, there's 4. Now, can I get the other? You know, me check something. What's Titanfall? 48% to elites, 1254, so 8. So 5. Right? So it's like 5. That's actually better in a way because Titanfall 5, like, see that roll. Now the only thing that would make that better is, and then the flat 70%. The flat 70%. Yep. There's a way to test that though. So there's like a way. We just leave it. All right. Now, let me see. If I use this, I mean that's Titanfall 6, right? So, like a two-hander automatically, I think what? Yeah, so a two-hander can have 4. So that's the thing, the difference. So a two-hander can go to 4. A single can only do that. So now, if I don't get a max intelligence, like, there's not many candidates. So if I lose intelligence, right? So ish. See, the thing about it is, it has to roll with that. Like, trying to get a ring to roll with max intelligence and certain stuff is like asking for a miracle. Like, that is a replacement direct for that? Without the max life, actually. I mean, the resistance really doesn't fucking matter now, does it? But you're still rolling the other one. See, that's like ideal. Because the difference between those two, right? That's still what, 65 damage over time, 60 ish. That can go away. That's nice, but long term, that ain't being kept. See, that's max damage, though. That's the difference. So even if the intelligence is low, that is max damage. That's max. That being. But that's also max life. So.
max damage, max life. And the DR, it's like every 100. Ish. It's like talking about a max of 100. So you had max like 52%. I mean, life does matter to a degree, but not like that, though. And that's assuming you have to get the cooldown reduction too. But you're already hit the floor with that one. And it still leaves room for the experimentation. Now, ideally, you want one with max the GA of intelligence in that. So a choice between that one or that one. Honestly, to be fair, I am probably the world's biggest sucker for that stat. That 52% flat damage is a very different stat. Like, that 52% is a lot stronger. Like, that will balance out the loss. Being granted, the loss of, like, the intelligence by, like, double, to be fair, you're still gonna have enough of the ones done. Now, I do, in theory, with the way it works, if it makes it up, it's better. But I wind up losing, like, the... So as you can see on this build, I'm only at 26. So I'm at 2600. That's because a lot of your bonus intelligence comes from amulets. Amulets are the key. But most necro amulets do not have that. So that being said, a max intel ring can go higher. But to be fair, trying to find one with like 2 out of the 3 you need is pretty hard. Because jewelry runs very more expensive than anything else. But it also has the world's widest variation. And I might just keep that out of fucking sheer whatever. What? Let's have to see how this rolls. If this can roll well, but that would take... Come on. Check something. I know you can hit 121. I need to hit 121. Now this is some sort of shit. I'm halfway tempted. Oh yeah. See, this is where it's going to take that time, but you have to figure it. Now the question is, what do I roll it to? So, oh, you know what goes on it though? Oh, I could keep that. See, I could keep this one, but I have to change this one. Okay, so I keep that one, but then I chain it. You know, I change that one. So if I keep that one, I'll change that because title is on the. That's because title is on the thing. And I changed that to the. What's on this one? Sorry, Ultimate Shadow. That's what happens after. It's like I remember what I need to have. Yeah, this is not coming up how I like it. This is getting stupid. Wow. Look. Look. Good God. Is 19? There's a 20. So, arguably, I mean, 20 is not the fucking worst, but I want that last point. So change that to title, change that to the other one. It would actually give me the test that I think I want to test. But I need this one for a separate. You know what? I'm going to go over to. I'm not a superstitious person, but I usually roll everything in one spot, but not that it matters. Like getting about 1 billion and spending about 500 or 600 probably is a better roll to begin with. So. The fuck? You know, there's a magical secret why I do everything here. Like this place became my little cubbyhole or home away from home where I roll everything. By the way. I roll everything here for an absolute reason. Strangely enough. It's kind of like the one build, like when people think about it, like the place. It's like people will absolutely, like, they will have, like, some people are very superstitious, like Genshin or other games.
they will actively go and pull. Now the question is, can I get the roll that I need? Change that to title. Now see, I need to change that to Ultimate Shadow. Change that to Ultimate Shadow. Slight difference in the thing. I have bricked more rings trying to do what I'm about to do than anything. Whew, that's just luck. Oh, I have bricked more rings that way. That's because there's 4 attributes there that. So rapid os the there's 4 attributes inside of there. Fine. I'll have another go. I'll have another go. But then I have to live with it on the second. But this I'll have to be really careful with. Blood, come on. Probably should have kept it. Yeah. I'll keep that. The way that item is rolling, I'm not going to brick it. That's the thing. The way that item is absolutely rolling, I would kick myself if I bricked it entirely. Because it's so in if like 3, every time I go to roll something, like in 3, if like so like in the term of like 3 to 4 times, I'm probably not gonna get it. And it's better to be safe, play safer than sorry. Be safe than sorry. Because usually when you brick an item, we don't have infinite rerolls. We have infinite rerolls when it comes to this. Right. We don't have infinite rerolls when it comes to tempering. Tempering, you're either gonna make the item good or you're just gonna fuck it, so. And the thing is, if you get a 3, I've seen people get entire 3 GAs and brick them. Now, you really want to see someone cry, then get a 3 GA item and just entirely brick it. Get greedy. And that's when you can sit there like. And that's when you are back to the drawing board. Effectively. But you're farming for that magical item again for the next day. See, like the only other backup item, I could go here. Like if this brick though, I do have that. If that bricks, I have that. I mean, in theory, right? I have that if in case that ever got bricked. But in reality, a lot of people aren't that lucky to have a backup ring. That stuff would just stay bricked and just. You're just like, well, shit. What I'm curious. I am damn curious. Yeah, this is not working out like I wish it would. But as I said, the attributes that I need one attribute. Bah! I just did that. I saw the 121. It's okay. I'll probably get enough gold. I never have that issue. It's just. So there's 20. I mean, it's a question on how many rolls will it take to get back to that 121. Like, the game literally hates it. Like, if you're looking for an ideal item, because I needed to roll identical. every way conceivably the same but different. I'll live with that. Need. Fuck you. God sakes. Not what? Jesus. In how many rolls? But the question would be in like how many rolls, right? That's what you gotta look at. 49. 134, right? I mean, but technically it's where you want it. Eh, we're on the right track. I mean, it's less life, right? It's more max life, but it's at max life, right? But 132, 153. They're similar items, but that one has more life. 100%. And that'd be just the item that gets re-rolled just because you need it for the one spot. But it would be roughly higher. So it comes out like the cooldown reduction is like because see, I got lucky. Technically, I have these, but they're not that great. They're good, but they're not that bad. That That is a shit ton of ocidite, too. Let's see. There is a way to test this at a pit, so... I mean, that's roughly a similar item. I mean, close. If you look at it. Like, that's max damage, though. That's the only difference. And then slight. I mean, what's the difference in life? It's like 57. But that's like a backup to that in case that ever did brick. I mean, that's not the worst item. I mean, hypothetically, right? It's just a replacement, so like it's definitely not a replacement on that one. Like, you already hit the floor at 9, so the idea is you're already hitting the floor. The only difference is that 20%, which would probably make up that damage percent difference, would be to roll that to... You have to theoretically nail, like, the... Like, you have to... It would have to not... It would have to hit the damage while fortified, and then go into the life. But it's not like it's an impossibility in a build. But it does hurt. That is not the way you kind of want to see it, one could say. Let me go test this. I'm actually kind of curious. Let me go first knock the shit out of Beast in Ice. Just for the hell of it. Do I got Beast and Ice materials? Yes. So the issue itself, right, is, as I said, I have a very, what you would think, similar item. Like, I have to, like, play... I could feel safer to play the reroll game that way. And aesthetically, Jesus. Oh. Thank you. Being weird. Tell you, it's the ice caverns. No one screws up everything. There's something about ice. There's something literally about the ice cavern that I've never understood. Why it does that. Man, there's a world boss in a minute. I'll probably knock that one off too. Now, I mean, I could change, like, the mercenary. What I should do is I probably should change the mercenary on the one that I have. I was going like, this is gonna be fucking lonely if I don't have anyone here. It wouldn't be the first time I've had to knock off a world boss by myself. It's not the first time I've had to. Let's see. It would be a fun test, though. Jesus Christ, I have like 45,000 life. Come on. God damn it, you have your own fucking immune bubble. So we can't nuke you down, but don't worry about that one. Unfortunately, the only reason the equipped ring wins out is the damage. I can already feel it. Like, the subtle changes, you can already see it, though. Like, if I can get the hits down to, like, 2 minutes, it'd be a lot better. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Yeah, you know that Doge clan I've seen around a lot? Probably nice people, but I've seen that one. Pretty hopeful people. Run into them before, but, like... They are sus people. They aren't the strongest. That has to be like a streaming clan or a popular one. And it's particular people. Usually around my time zone that I see them. But, I mean, they're not terrible players, but they're pretty average. Most of them. It's probably just a community clan. But, as I said, I recognize the names more than I recognize the people. It's like Gay Bacon's like, you do this, and this. I'm like, here's the thing. I probably am more apt to remember other things. It's just how I work. That's how my brain works. So I'm curious, though, like, the damage, it would be faster. Like, if it's clearing faster, like, I could already see it's doing more damage. And that's what's basically identical. But that's also because of that extra damage. Basically, everything I'm doing is doing, like... Basically, if you think about it, everything is doing, everything is actually physically doing, like, 100... That's the flat damage stack, though. That's the thing. It's because of the damage stacking. You're not going the attribute stacking, you're going the damage stacking. The key is damage stacking. And damage stacking is a flat bonus to every damage you owe. So it covers this, it covers that, it covers everything. Not just ultimate damage. No. I wonder if I missed it. One-handed versus the other, I guess, right?
Now, the ultimate way to make sure this works. Let's go. Fuck. That lag spike, dude. Dude, I'm gonna have to go drop. I am gonna have to drop down and get rid of that whisper hold shit. Now, the question I would have is, you pieces of shit. I saw that. Gee, these maps hurt my clearance times. Server latency is bad. At least right now. Okay, bite me. So the big thing, right, is it's just getting that damage right. Like, I think the flat damage is going to help me more in the turn. Oh my god, I'm about to fucking, like, no. If I have to drop down, like, yo, why is it every time I fucking go through a portal? No. See, the witch storyline's very short. But it's like, this is being stupid. Like, all my stuff is off by like 3 seconds. Just stupid.
I want to know where this ungodly lag is coming from. And I'm feeling it. I know what it is. I can see it. I may just have to run to that whole stupid witch storyline on all of my characters just to prove a point. Just to get that off. See, notifications are slow too. See, it's going down, like the server goes from like 60 to 80 to like... See, it's doing that whole 60 to 80 and like throwing off time, so it bleeds time onto the server. You know what? You know what? I'm just gonna go do that stupid quest because I guarantee you, if it cleans up my goddamn UI. Something just sucked away, like... There's a latency on this server, and I don't know where it is, but I do know well enough I'm about to... Jesus Christ, I'm about to fucking... Where's that fucking quest? Where is it? Where the fuck is it? I want to know where the fuck it is. See, this is where the notifications just start... Like, there is a problem in, like, BattleNet itself, right? Hold on, let me refresh my game a second. So I'll refresh the connection as well. There's something going on. If it's a BattleNet connection, maybe so. But, fresh log. Fresh relog, I guess. Because I all know all the China bots are fucking out this week. I think all the China bots are out this week. Because if that's server delay, why Why would you have that level of a server delay? Like something I don't get. Like, how could you have that level of just... Okay, it's Blizzard. What am I talking about? Desync exists because Blizzard itself can never get their full shit out of the way. And I say this with all due respect, right? Hold on. Let me see something. Value money. I want to bet money. Almost. Something I need to check. Something, and I know exactly what it is. I'm like, nah, because I have one folder not open. Okay, I got it. You know what? I swear to God, every time. Now, fun fact. Every time in an actual folder, right? So there's a folder inside your Diablo 4 folder. So inside your Diablo 4 folder, what happens a lot actually is, so there's 4. I'm going to clear this storyline up too because I am sick of seeing that pop up every time I go into a stupid dungeon in this part. Honestly, I've done it like twice already. Yeah, I've done it at least once or twice. I know once. I just don't care to redo this shit time and time again. Because it just is the same stupid ass storyline. And I've already gotten the reward. All you need to do it is so the witch gem person isn't hiding all over the place. Just don't care to do this stupid quest. Everything just dies at this level. I just want to go do pits. That's all I want to go do. I don't want to be bothered. But pit efficiency is very thrown off when I get pit. Like, this is not a good one. Like, the problem is, you just have to do this shit. Like, it's just a point of, like, it's not even an active quest, right? So you have to come down here, do this crap through this stupid quest, and personally, it's just more annoying maintenance. Don't care. Don't care. Everything at this level is gonna die because it's meant to be unrepentant. Like, it's not even a hard level. Honestly, it's probably better if I switch to the other build just to speedrun this shit, which I probably will. But yeah, like, I'm just hoping. See if I can get past the whole quest step that says it wants me to do a root hold, right? And you have to do this every character. in a season. And it's this mechanic will always be here. But ignore the fact. And you cannot do this storyline at a higher level, which I think was a very, very bad fail. So the problem right now is you can't do this. You know, one thing irritates the hell out of me. See, the problem is it distracts from the main thing, right? I basically play on tier 4 because that's just where... If once my builds are in tier 4, that's where they live. But now I have to deal with this. I'm not sure, like, particularly why. It's just this character is laggy. For some reason. It's just this character. Wasn't doing it to my other. I don't care about Restless Rot because I'm sitting on like a bunch. I have 4 different characters this season with all their witch powers maxed out. I have all my witch gems. And unless it's just in a moody state due to the one. That's the only thing I can figure it is. But I've never seen that quest has just done this. It's like, take the 5 minutes just to do this. An entire waste of time. A literal waste of time. And I say that because, like, this character is, like, not, like, I'm already here. It's like, oh, go talk to her. Thank you. I don't care. Now, the storyline's interesting because, like, it's, like, with the tree. Like, all the witches make, basically, any of the witches that it could make the deal with the tree. It's actually have a half-decent story this season. Like, it's a half-decent story. Like, it gets, like... I wouldn't lie and say if it wasn't. Sorry. If. I speed through this. I've done this a lot. So you've done this more.
By the way, remember this incantation, or you're going to be playing the puzzle to figure out what you haven't done. I do love mini games inside my seasons. Now, so usually how this works, the, basically what this is the story, but I'm hoping I don't have to run through the entire thing. Even though I will switch to a quick, But once this I've already done it on at least 2 other characters, 1 or 2. Definitely the first, the Spiritborn, it was done on, and then this one. But you have to do it on Pentinent. So if you don't, you gotta do it max Pentinent. You can't do it on Torment. For some reason, by the way. Now, there is a thing if on a character you don't see the person to talk to create witch gems. Like her. She ain't standing in the hole she's supposed to be standing in. Like, she has like one particular spot that means you have to progress your quest long enough. Like, this is already like long done. Like, I think I gotta go do this. Like, this will give me another Resplendent on this character. And was it Phaethon? Or Phelan? So Phelan, right, is the guy who was bound to the Bloody Tree for the story quest. That went mad, basically. And the last part for the quest you have to do for the rewards is you just have to live over here and collect whispers, which you would have already think I've done for a good portion. As I said, I probably have to run through this all just. It's not the best. I don't mind it. It's just like after so much, I don't want to do it again. Yeah, see, this is the wolf, right? Like, Phelan, right? He was. So he's the one who had the wolf. Who Lilith literally drained and created the whole. Now, she used the hatred to create the blood beast, which was there. Yeah, and you have to do this for, like... So there's an achievement inside of the season that you have to do for one of them. Okay. Where you have to do 2 legendary nodes in this place. Which... Not this particular one, but any of them. That's how you have to get to the last part. But the last, like, 2 steps are, like, bugged. So in this season, there's actually 2 that are areas that are like, fuck. 100% that dude has Taco Bell Wi-Fi. I am 100% on that. Someone here has Taco Bell Wi-Fi, and I particularly believe it's him or that person. Because I got near that person and then everything lagged. That is... How do I know that? I've played this game enough. When you get near another player, and if they are horribly lagging, you will feel it next to them. Then again, I play crossplay too, so... He plays on Xbox. So... Or Xbox or PlayStation. One of the two. Oh no, they're gonna kill me now. Now, once my build reaches this point, I'm not dying. Like, nope. Oh. Now, as long as I get past to the end, where I don't have to do these anymore. Like, this is a short... Actually, the story is pretty short, though. Like... Okay. Blue loot. I haven't seen that in ages. Except when I'm pulling and clearing out obols. Would you like to know why a Nahatu dungeon is inside? Now, would you like to know? Ask the question why? Why is a Nahatu dungeon inside of Skozer? And this is literally the design you see in one of the areas in Nahatu. That's what the... So, if like, Nahatu tiles all look like this. Like, they are... Not like this particular, but they're usually caves. Oh my... I just cleaned out here. So there's this thing about dismantle on the go, right? If this game I had dismantle on the go, I would feel happy. Like, it's one of those few moments where it's
So dismantling on the go is in division. It's in the others. But it should be here. It just isn't. Now, usually as I said, this build is more the late game. Like, my other build does pretty well. It's similar to this. It uses Ebon Piercer. Because my friend that I played with got lucky and got a 4-star. Which I will treasure that, not just because it came from him, because it is my favorite unique in the game. As far as uniques are concerned. Well, largely because I usually play Ebon Piercer or Blight Necro, so even in Eternal, those things are usually pretty, like, 3 stars? Best I have found. 4 stars are overpriced. I'll wind up going the wrong way. It didn't update. It's a missed opportunity this season to explain the lore of the tree. So the Tree of Whispers is a separate thing. It's been in the... It's not part of the balance. See, this is a part of the lore that was interesting. So the tree. Here's the thing about the tree, right? The tree itself is what is it? How would I best describe? A tree is a tree. It gives knowledge to anybody, but the price comes when you die. Your head gets attached to it. I mean, everyone does. So the tree is used. So I'm getting this out of the way because I don't want to see this quest again. Because every time I try to go do something, it keeps asking me to do a dungeon. And I choose not to. And it's very annoying on the character that I need to do pits in. I do love it when everything just kills over when you run past it. See, now you get the legendary nodes. Though it's kind of pretty obvious in the story. It's like, how does the hatred affect to get into the tree roots? Which, I mean, Mephisto is going to be eating at the tree for like some time. Like, because currently he's in the body of the person who's like the god of the paladins. And that's supposed to be expanded on next season, so somehow he's running around, but he's not powerful enough. He's... See, if you do this sooner in the season, when you open up roots, you don't get as much loot. But now it's just like, all this stuff happens. It's all sacred too, so. That's the thing about this loot, right? All this stuff you get at this level is not even worth it, because you're not going to use it in the end. Because you're not using it. Because by the time you get to where you're all on ancestral gear, because that's what you need to get into tier 3. And we're not touching anything next to YouTube. Huh. So a lot of this is just pure, like... But at least I know if I can get, like, what? So, pits, 95 or 90 pits. Let's say roughly they're 23 million a thing. If. And. Oh, Jesus. Alone. Considering on how many shards I burned through on gear. Yeah, see, everything just dies at this tier. Doesn't even, like, I don't have to touch a single thing and they die. Which, that's because... The funny part about one of the witch powers, which, one of the actual witch powers, which, between that and a curse, like, I also have a curse. The curse that I have is powered up, too, because they're all 5. It's because I use Harley Quinn's, and I also use, because I use both Harley Quinn and Shroud of False Death.
They just wither. That's not a choice. Usually, it's just how it's gonna go. This is like doing chores. I'm not sure why. Like, I do not like it. Look, I like my stories with a challenge. So usually, what I'll do is I'll usually always finish the season stories out on tier 4. Okay. Because I've already maxed out that. Like, I'm like sitting at like enough rot to finish out. Because I have 17,000 rot. I mean, most of my witch powers are all full. So, like, my witch powers themselves, right, are already, like, there. So, it's like, not everyone uses it. Like, this uses Pronado with the other one. So technically, to get through the quest line, you have to be at the higher stages of the quest. There's not a choice. You actually have to progress through the tiers of the season, which is through the season board. Like, that's actually how you technically get through it. Though the writing is on the wall pretty much in the story. Which, I don't mind it as much, right? Like, it's actually an interesting story. Like, witch powers are very much like Season of Blood. So, being Season of Blood is good. Like, I actually like it. It's actually pretty fun. Season of Blood was very highly popular. See, the other build I have is similar to this, but I use minions with Blight. Oh, fuck it. I'm gonna go change it. I'm just gonna clear the stuff out quickly so I never have to touch a single soul. Solitary soul. It's similar to this, but like I still use the Ebon Piercer. And then I don't like the look of that. There we go. I changed my talisman, so I changed it. I don't mind it. I like it though. I don't know. A lot of the cosmetics on these things are not good looking. They look weird. They just don't look right. I'm always find it hard. You know. Hellraiser Cube. It's either the Hellraiser Cube or it's the Runic Orb. Like Phantasm. Take your pick. Now, gems are kept. Now, which gems, by the way, don't carry over? Now, which gems you have to physically reslot every single time? Apparently, I'm full on runes again. Which I think is curious. So the thing I'm curious though, see this build is, now, if it changes next season, I don't know. Like next season we need, look, next season what we need is, I need to go dump off a shit ton of runes. Because they're in my way. This is just normal shadow. Me, I would prefer to, the difference between blight, so whoever, like, the secret of, so here's the thing. The secret of the blight has always been around for a long time. Blight is one of single-handedly the most powerful ones. It's good for clearing out things, and it's good for that. And thanks for people watching, normal. So, you always have to remember the chant, too. See, I have not done it so much that I don't remember it. It's just, it gets... Now, here's the iffy part. Now, this is the part that was harder earlier in the season. You're supposed to paint it out. In no particular order, may I mind you. So, crazy as it goes. Well, let me leave my minions to do their things. Nope. I don't have to touch them. Now, minions do shadow damage. Well, I broke the audio, by the way, apparently. Now, if you didn't guess in the story, because Una was basically freed to heads, even though they actively hidden.
isn't there. I forget where he is. Like, he's supposed to be, like, there. I forget where. But it doesn't explain how hatred got into the tree. Though she has a noble reason why she did it. And I have to go find that. It's actually a reused location. Season of Blood? Literally a reused. Now, let me see. See, usually this build, look, this is just my run around and kill build. I can work in tier 4. I have my own bully squad. Don't really matter. Now, though, it is basically... Now, the ultimate, though, I used to use is Blood Wave. Now, next season, we're supposed to... I guess Mephisto's going to be corrupting the world, because that's his whole plan at this rate. See, they don't say why they're rot. Hmm. Then you have to go do more whispers to find out which. As I said, this is like 30 minutes, which you don't want to go back to. The story is it's basically like if people make a pledge to the tree, it's bad. Like, it's not really bad, it gives them knowledge. Because Laura has to find out about. Yeah, she hides in the waste. Because it can give knowledge, but as I said, upon the death, the person's bound to it. Oh no. I haven't done this quest over here. I don't do all the quests every season. So a lot of these quests, like there's a whole quest where you have to go to the top up here. I don't even bother clearing that out because it's a side quest and I'm never... As I said, I just walk through, things done. I haven't even cleared this place out. That tells people anything. I'm actually getting worse about it every season. Unless it's a vital teleportation point, I'm almost not clearing it out. Like, now witches are like the necromancers in the way because they are bound. Because necromancers are bound by, they're bound to the tree. Well, that's actually because what the god of the snake is supposedly like. If you ever see your health at full, so if you ever see your health at like full, it looks like the serpent, which is the balance between everything. Well, that's because the rot grows everywhere.
Hmm. But they don't really say why the rot is trying to the tree. The rot uh, comes from, as I said, you can kind of gather Mephisto found a way into the tree. But that's the question we often have. Sometimes you don't understand. We get told, but we don't have that. I have like 4 to 5 powers. As I said, a lot of my stuff just. Yep. There's a price. This part's interesting, though. Mm-hmm. It's very subtle, by the way. The funny part about it is, they don't show her head being cut off, but it's implied that she just does it. Because you have to do it to Elias, and then he take it. So the oaths, right, are kept by the tree. Yep. Hey, either that or the ravens literally rip it off, which is the other way. To be fair. See, this isn't a choice, it's like a false choice. I'm curious. See, there's no difference, right? Like, she knew, like, I think one of the others is like. Actually, where's Cotton's letter? See, every witch that actually dies, that's just because it's a pact with a tree. The tree itself is a pact. And now, hopefully, this quest will leave me alone. Now the damn thing should not be bothering me anymore. Should not. One can hope, right? As I say that. But you have to do it at this level. You can't do it at, like, You gotta do it at Pentage? Which sucks horribly. Because the loot's not good, right? The loot's just not there. Like, that's why I do it at the higher levels. But, like, it used to be the loot was locked, basically. See, that's why I said I'm at the Grim Favor part. I mean, the quest is surprisingly short if it weren't for doing all the whispers inside of the zones, like these zones. Look, if it weren't for that, it'd be the world's easiest quest. By the way, it would just be not be the world's most annoying quest. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I don't know. Yeah, oh, that's right. Gyms don't transfer either now, do they? I forgot. Gyms don't transfer. I thought they did. I feel bad about that. Gyms don't transfer. Now. Alright. Alright. Save. Yeah, no, which gyms will not transfer? But now, what was I to change? Test something. By the way, none of this looks right. I don't like the look of it all. Bonus of the hammer is the hammer has a skin for it. Also clashes with my aesthetics. Technically, let's say if you match the season of construct, but just does not look right. Ah, that is from this special, right? It's from the That is from the lunar event. Live with it. Looks... I hate the look of these. Axes do not look good. See, this comes from the lunar event, and it actually gives a body tattoo as well. Now, I'm going to try this first. There's two versions of this one, but I can try. One's the OP damage. Well, technically, what I trade off in life, I don't have, right? It's slightly different in life. They recommend about 20,000. Let's assume 20k is where you need to be. My overpower is a little bit... It's only what? I mean, what is 60 strength, right? What is 100? Now, there's two versions. And... Now, I am not the biggest fan of... It drains the mana. I want to see if I can do it good without the mana drain. Because it's soul. Quacks. What the other one is. Buck, Life, Igni. X-Soul. I want to say, yeah, it's Igni. Yeah. Ignizel. Now, you can do Ignizel. Now, technically, I'm not the biggest fan of this one. But considering how expensive Ignis are, so to speak, Ignis are one of the hardest to find. Now, we go here. How long does it take to clear a 95? Oh yes, let's see if the lag magically clears itself up. I mean, I haven't done my golem quest either. Uh-oh. Yeah, you can see this is the problem. I'm running into the same issue. Okay, no. This ain't gonna work. Nope. That's not gonna work. No, I already see the issue. Okay, yep. That's as I suspected. That's as I strongly suspected, by the way. Kind of knew that was going to happen. So...
It's what I feel holds the. It doesn't hold the sacrifice version back, but it holds this version back. The issue itself is the DPS I am losing from not being doing Blight. So all the DPS I'm missing from Blight is showing itself. Actually. And that's what's scary. It's showing its, hold on. That's what I'm seeing. See, Igni would be good, but it's also why I do not like rune words. Skull's healing, weaponry has health on kill. I don't give a fuck. Vol damage. Vol damage? Diamond is ult damage. I mean, to be honest, they really nerf a lot of these. Now, does my skill tree, where am I looking at? Modifier, corpse, blight, reap. Third causes vol. Causes vol, that just causes shadow. Yeah, it's too deep attached to DOT. Everything I have is way too attached to DOT. Yep. Everything I have is way too attached to that. Like, the overpower damage, I mean, to be fair, does 180 damage even make a difference? No, it doesn't even dent. So compared to my other one, this is the build I like more just because of a reason. See, everyone waits here because everyone's doing shit. See, I don't know what's the fastest, right? And then life. A 95 in a group would be 100. There we go. What a shitty ass layout, by the way. But I have to especially remember to run around and take. The question is it's a quicker clear.
But I can always pass this weapon off to her, so... I can always pass this off to her, so... I don't like it. See, that's the thing, right? You have to pass the whip damage off. I'm not sure, though. Like, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, nope. It's still alive over here. Now, dream would be to have the intelligence higher, but that's the... Like I said, part of it's that ream. Is there anything else here? Leech off that for a second. There we go. Look, I stand by the statement I've made a long time ago. It does not look right that a necro runs with a heavy axe. I don't like it. And I've said this for many seasons. Aesthetically, I don't agree. But, thanks Blizzard for that. Blizzard somehow believes that this should be normal. Like, you're basically you're doing the Naruto run with the axe, and it looks weird without the wings in the back. Right, the hands in the back-ish. It's not the rightest animation. Definitely slower. But if you have to go more official, it works. But this layout sucks, by the way. I don't know why this layout is this bad, though. Like, okay, technically... Look, you think the layouts are... Like, I long suspected layouts were tied to how many people were in the party. But then I realized... Yeah, by the way, this build is not good on anyone's frame rate. But as I said, this layout is hurting me. It will clear, don't get me wrong, but I think it was a more direct layout, yes. What you need is like a 2 layout to... But this layout has too many twisting curves. Okay, there you are. Up. See, like a flat surface, they die horribly. Right. Thank you for your immunity period. That this is the way, but 90s are faster clears in that regard. But you're using incense and you're using everything else. You're
gaining about 23 million-ish, right? So was that 70? Was it 79? Something like that. You're gaining 20. So you're gaining about 23 per run. If you run a barbarian or a faster class, you can do this every 90 seconds. Necros, not our choice. Now, if it's a group, you could do 100s. But 90s to 95. I mean, pretty much more is like... Here, it's slightly tougher. Actually, let me see something. I know I could clear this, though. Now, the question is how quick. Like, in a group you do this, you will... The thing is clearance. Clearance is the issue. You want clearance, but I mean, effectively, a better group should be able to clear 100 easy. This layout is just a steal. So we got 4. Come on. Nope, that's not where I meant to fire that off at. That was my bad. I suspect this is going to slightly... I just want to see how much 100 takes. It's kind of like the right pace. Plus, as I say, it's the best clearance what people are comfortable with clearing. Oh, you know what I need? I don't know. Okay, I'll say. I'll look after this run. You know, I got damned on my gloves, I know. So I already got damned, I already got, what is it? See, damned is already on my gloves. Basically, I already caused the curse. That will be perfect. Perfecto. Unless I got a kill on the other side. Jesus. This layout. Shit either blows up or doesn't. One of the two. There we go. Oh man. They got saved by a fucking pillar, I guess. I hate this layout. I do. It is awful. So Blood Wave is... I don't know if it used to be blocked by a wall. Like it kind of certain walls were. Like Blight is a weird one, right? like if you look in these dungeon layouts, you don't see a problem. Like blight can easily go through, like you see how it goes through objects, but blood does not. Shadow can go through objects, not blood. Blood in both bone, both do not go through walls. So there's no off-screening, basically. $391. Is it $391 something? Now, bunch them up. Thank you. So, let me see. Like, it's strange, though, right? Like, this is not, like, it gives the blight, because I need to go look up Micro Boy, like what he did, or Micro Boy, as he was called. Like, I gotta look up what he did with, like, his Ebon Piercer. It might just been the old one, but just floating around. A lot of them, like, God, do I hate that. God, do I hate this layout. I say this because this layout, right? Like, everything is supposed to pull in, and it does not pull in this layout. Like, I do enough damage, it should just murder these things in a go. But, no, they just sit here. And then some of them just live. Don't know why, don't know how. You asshole. Jesus. Five, 6 minutes. What is that? 9:31. 9:31. And what is that? Like 9:31. So like 70,000? Nah, 70 million. Sorry. So was that like 9:31? Yeah, so 70. What do you say? Like the other one? No, it means the other ones are bigger too. So 95, 91. $70. I don't think so. Look about the same. 391. So 391. 405. It's like 70 million? It's like 80 mil. It was like 23, right? So, ish. That's a really big difference in a jump, too. Like 80? So, but that's if you can just run 100s. Cut 100s, run them in half.
405. What is that? 405? So what? 4055. 4055. No, here's the thing. What is the most efficient to run? Like, I think, okay, honestly, a group should be able to run these in about 90. But the thing is, it's going to come down to not a lot to do that. Nope, ain't going to happen. Now, if you can get a more clustered layout without having a really shitty one, and probably yes. It's not the E. Wow. That is funny. And sometimes they just die entirely in a whole pool of proverbial blood. Now, the only thing, as I said, perfect would be a better pair of 3 or 4 star Kissimmee with a high FX, not a low. The FX on them is a little low, but my ultimate damage is very high. That's the thing. Where, like, see where the difference is, right? In the 2 is I don't have the sack bonus, but I have the blight bonus. But I also dumped Flesh Eater Quartz for the stuff with damage of shadow over time. So not... I have both the blight, and then I have both that. Again, as I said, I am not tested this deep pits. I'm kind of curious in deep pits. It's just someday, like, I have to sit and do it, and I kind of not been doing this in a while. So 405, right? So 405. But see, the ads don't. This is why we were saying, me and my friend were saying Infernal Hordes. Like, Infernal Hordes give more. Damn it. Got pulled from my, got pulled from it. That was my fault. Because it got pulled from the, because it got pulled... So, the problem with Hungering Void is it pulls them together. Basically, you can see, like, sometimes it's like 1039. Oh, fuck you. I know what you are. So, in normal layout, 5 minutes. That's dick all. Yeah, see, this is why you were... people run lower ones. What is that? That's only 15? It's like something weird. It's like, why are the lower ones like at 95? 90 to 95, right? A lot better. That's why I've never understood. Like, you can pit push, right? In theory. But the bonuses aren't there. Like, if you're trying to just run, speed run these back to back, it isn't for this event. Or just to get to 300. 5 minutes for 15 is not a good trade-off. 5 minutes for 15 is it's bad. Like, pits still feel better at that regard. Like, pits seem to be the so hordes, right? So the hordes were giving me go say hello to Varshan for the millionth time this season. Varshan, honestly, if I have had more mucus eggs than anything this season, and there was a time Varshan is scary, and then you see him, and then you wind up burning through thousands of stacks of hearts. And right. Again, corrupted the hearts I have probably they've been the easiest to get because they usually spawn. Like in the tier bosses, that's how you get the eggs. And I think I literally just burnt through like now certain people need more stuff from him than they do the other bosses. I don't need much from him. My builds never, I think. No. I don't think anybody. No. Druids use a lot from him, but bear in mind, druids do. I just don't. So yeah. So basically, towards the final, I think it's the next to final, you have to have 2300 done. So here, you have to have like 23. And that's easy whispers if you're doing it. You know what's funny? Those are like god rolled for what they are. They're good rolled, and they're rolled in the right places. Except slightly lower. And not the evade charges. Because you need evade charges. We're going to test. Okay. Now, two-handed, right? I don't even remember which one was it. I swear Oliver is the strangest cat I've ever had. You know, you can own a Siamese, right? Siamese are supposed to be the weirdest cats anyone ever owns. Until you see him. Like, I don't find runes worth it, though. I do need to go to that other character and get those things off of her. Runes are not where we need to be. Runes in dungeons give, like, random, so... I need to go make sure I didn't go dump something off. You know what? I was like... Did my game freeze? No, it didn't. Yep. I think this is going to be the way. I will probably have to leech off of somebody because I need to redo the, as I said, my other one, right, I use, oh, she's centipede, double centipede. Now I would have to upgrade Minna, Hubris, oh, I don't know, Thorns is pretty easy. It's not an exploit. Use Headhunter. But yeah. This character was my first character in the season. A lot stronger until a couple of nerfs, and I swear they were doing something. So... And a lot of these, like, you don't use. Because this is like... Minna. I need to upgrade Hubris. I want to say Uncanny or see Outmatch. Like, I would change a couple of these out. I would probably definitely use Minna. Why? The hell? Yeah, YouTube connections. But, let me see. That's technically, like, you could use Canny. But, this is the flat, like, Quill Volley. Quill Volley like this, I think this is either going to have to be changed. Because... Flat out, yes, I can kill these guys, right? Just for the record. I can kill these things with great ease. But as far as open world, I mean, Pits is about speedrunning and having the power. Now, the thing about this, I should be doing a lot more. So the time to kill. Oh, that's right, I have no hearts. Oh, shit. Anyways. Oh, I'll get some, though. Like, clearing and time clearing is the easiest in the world. Actually, there's something I want to test. Indeed. Okay. Alright. See, what's funny is you can run Undercity. Is that cursed? Cursed? Yes, that's cursed. So you can run Undercity. Now, you get a shit ton of boss mats from Undercity. Believe it or not. But I don't know. What is Undercity XP, though? I don't know what the Undercity XP is. See, that's the good question. Now, if I changed out... Actually, what was I going to change? Him. Need to... Nope. Wrong place. Wrong place. I need... No. Varna is support. Let me change something. I do not think Subo helps me. I don't think he does. You know, I have never had a character that can really abuse him. Like, Subo's supposed to be used for things. Like, I haven't done his. I haven't leveled him at all. Like, I leveled him on other characters. But the thing about him is... like, the... here, Kolotov... like, I think it's like the other. So a lot here is... like, you're supposed to use him as explosive. Like, you can go down this way. So it's either he throws a Molotov. It causes crowd control, so you usually go from here down to... now you go from here down to here. But it doesn't deal with it, because if you're not dealing damage over time, well, you kind of are. But it's not the biggest deal. In a way. But I'll probably get him leveled up anyways. Because, like, I love everybody else leveled up. But he is not the ideal. Like, he is not the one that I want. No offense. Main support. Let's see. I like him as a main support. Deals like 20 damage to playing damage. Yes. Yes, this is good. Now, you can, in theory, do that. Yeah. Now, what I need to go do is down to Cursed. Let's see. Let me see something.
is it lagging? It's not even using that much. This YouTube's being a pain, isn't it? See, that's bad. I don't know why OBS is that. You know what? Likely what's causing it is the other. Has to be something. Yes, boss summoning materials. Good. Now, Undercities are designed to be run in about 2 minutes. Now, depending on how fast you can run them. 418, right? Yep. Now, the boss mats thing, you'll get a lot of boss mats doing this. I'm just curious how much you get here. Because it is set. Like, it is 100% set. But you can literally probably clear out half of these. But if it's tied on completion, it's one of the easiest way to get boss mats as well. Masterwork materials are the other good things down here too. You burn through about 40 of them if you so wish. Now, in theory, I'm just curious on how much it takes to run. Like here, like you can clear out ads. Like this build is a lot better at clearing out ads. Like turns in a time scenario. In that, like Blight can, like I think in the other. But yes, don't get me wrong. Blood Wave, oh fuck no. That's better for pits than it is anything else. It is shit everywhere. It is not the open world clearer. That's just the fact of life. I want to know why my YouTube is being weird. Now, in reality, let's go from here. I want to test this and see how much I'm going to get. Right here. I missed one. So, fuck it. I missed one. It's okay. I want to see, like, how much does it take? Like, these are, like, done in, like, quickly-ish. How much XP? Probably when they hit next to, like, Vernal Hordes or the other way. Oh. honestly, these aren't that bad to spam. Like, I think the only issue I've ever seen in an Undercity, I want to say the only thing is one is it's running into walls. Like, one layout, you'll run into a wall repeatedly. So, 23, so it's like 3. Let's see. Huh. So Undercity doesn't give it. You only get it when you get the completions of the other. Interesting. So there's no Undercity's only materials on finishing. Impressive. It's not on the hordes themselves. What's funny is that's like 4 million. That's like 4 million every run. Strangely. That's 4 million? 4? Yeah, it's like, so a little over 4 mil a run? I mean, shit, if you could get that down to like 60 seconds, I mean, hell, that would work. Oh, God. And if you ever get bored, you run those back to back. God damn it. You know, there was a time when we just blew these things up every... Ah, it works. Yep. So the thing here is, like, where they took is they took the explosive value that Spiritborn had, then they moved it off. Is what... That's actually kind of what they did. You used to have, I think, more explosive value. But not anymore, strangely enough. Now, I would say, in theory, it's kind of a cool glaive. Though you don't wind up using it. Like, I'm probably thinking if next season, I'm not sure, going forward, if... Look, I still think Spiritborn are going to be top of the heap. Still the ability that I can go into 6 pits. Not 6. I keep calling it pits. 6 hordes? Like 6 hordes being what? That's a 23 on completion? So it was that. I know it was at least. Unless that's just an error. You know what? Insects. We have defensive, right? Slung of the mountains.
can only have 3 active at once. So what I found, these were about 15 million. See, I got about 15 off them. No, so it gave me more. No, so it's like 5. Yeah, so it didn't show the XP on completion. So I was at 419. So under cities could be about 8 or 10. And if you run these, I mean, granted, these with the bonus, there'd be more people. Barring you don't get those. Like, barring you don't get this shit, the better we would be. Like, hell, get Soul Spires out of this place. I'd be happier just that Soul Spires never popped up here, but even then, it's a-okay. Yuck. 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 Tolerable, but as a round 1, yeah. Like, tolerable is round 1. See, we're talking tolerable. Now, I will be honest, Yin's Blessing is really, really good in this build. I used Ragnar's Wake last season because I couldn't get a good Yin. Now, Yin's really makes this build pop. It's all cooldown, so... Like, you still have a little bit of your explosive peak in this build. But, like, it's build, like, they did something that I know they changed the multipliers in a bug. Draining Spires. Fuck you. Bursting Masses. You know, anywhere near, like, I'd rather have Bursting Masses than the other. Yep. Now, I'm curious, depending on how quickly you clear these, you can run 6s back to back repeatedly. I like how something is making me vulnerable, but I don't know what it is. But it's not like it matters. It's like, what makes you vulnerable through a... You gotta realize, well, what makes you vulnerable through... Summon Lord's Aether Method.
You know what? This would be the greatest start if I were on like an 8 wave or a 10 wave. Not on a 3. 2 of these and that. You know, actually, it's how barbarians work. Barbarians work about spamming attacks this season. Strangely enough. Now, if you are good at pre-firing and laying down traps or shit, these things die. Like, you're talking about a bunch of stuff that dies. Spawn, fire. There you go. So, I'm out of practice with this character, but still good with it. Oh, fuck you. You stick a soul spire on top of this. Okay. But partly also why I keep extra evade gloves is evade boots is because those things I always use. Yeah, so you get more experience here than, like, I think, honestly, this is, like, quicker than hits. Like, if you get people, shit, this is quicker. I don't know. Let's see. 6 minutes, right? So you're about 6 minutes, turn around, loot, don't do anything, right? Just go grab the Osadite, don't care, turn around, go back in. I mean, it's still even then. Now you're not running it for the one, you're running it for the clears. You're running it to do the clear, is that. What's the other assholes? Now, here's the thing about this. This is quicker than shit, though. Yeah, no. Like, actually, I can see. Now, because the stuff is so low, I just usually pull for Aether. I just do that for these. By the way, if anything is anything less than like 600, like if it's like less than like 800, I don't really. It's like 800. I mean, to be fair,
and very honest, Osadite is by far the most valuable. So, 38, right? So you get about 20 something out of this. That's just with killing stuff. Like, you have more ads than pits. It takes longer in 5, but solo, it's that. So, like, I think it's like 23-ish. Because if you're running it solo, especially if you have a group that can clear, if a group can clear this quick, you will hit a gold mine. Assuming how much shit you can clear. What's that? Like this build way over the clearing. So clearing like here is a big deal. Like, but this is pretty much like I think. Now these at 10 is what me and my friend were talking about. We're gonna have like a bunch of these. Now, granted, I mean, by far, if we... Yeah, fuck Soul Spires. I don't care. Good. God, you are awful. Yeah, but like really early on, these things will fuck you up. Like those in tier like 3, tier 4. Oof. Yeah, here's the thing, like a lot of this stuff, right, is crazy. I'm not gonna lie though. The idea. What was it? God, if I can get, well, I want to get off at like about 84. Like, I know I did it earlier today. I got from like 82 to like 83, like where I am now. But dude, like, yeah, it's gonna get worse to go up. But like, leveling this stuff is stupid. Like, there is no quick way to do paragons. I hate to say that. Paragons, there is no easy way. Like, I think it's like a 6 if it's solo and you don't have to rely on, like, a group. Now, 10s would be better for Osadite. Which, that is far better. But I hate wasting 10s when people can't kill. So, running a lot of 6s is like... Then again, people will realize Infernal Compass is in. How are you? How are you, Theo? I am good. I don't know if he just came in or so, but... surviving. Productive day. I mean, I could. I have to just re-download it. I was playing game Marvel Rivals. Me, I'm just trying to figure out the quickest way to get XP. Well, there's bonus XP. Gross. Gross. honestly, I kind of want to run through all of these. Like, I kind of want to run through all of my... Like, I literally, in Eternal, have a shit ton of Eternal compasses. Fertile compasses, and I don't run through them. What do you mean, constant grind? You mean Marvel Rivals? Here, this is just extra XP. I'm just trying to get to Paragon 300 one day. One season. I got to like 80 something, the highest I've ever gotten. Now I'm at my highest, so I'm at my peak. Ah, you're doing the camo grind. Yes, yes. It's like the camo grind or whatever. Here, I just want my Paragon to 300 once, and I never have to do it again. Period. Look, there's actually an achievement for it. There actually really, really is. I shit you not. As if you wish to suffer. Yeah, Diamond Rivals is that weird. Like here, it's just... Like this character, I like this character in grinding. Like grinding hordes. Because I just mow through them in a time attack. It may not be the best and the strongest overall, but in a time attack, this character is a god. It's like, give Spiritborns the credit that they deserve. So, here's the thing. Paragon, right, is what gives us Paragon points. Now, the funny part is Paragon 300 is the max. Right? But bear in mind, it's 500... Look, 83 to 84 is 523 million. Right? Just so give you an idea. 523 million. Remember that one. Remember that. 21. Sorry. 521. Almost 500. 521.5 almost, right? That's to get there. Now, depending on the activities, pits are only 8 to 10 million. Depending on how long you're taking. I have found this because you have all the other bonuses. This has to be up on Discord, like I've been doing it works. I mean, I've been playing this, like, this is a seasonal, so a lot of these builds, but I'm going to wind up redoing this build in some fashion, but it's almost too late in the season to redo its Paragons. That's why I've been sticking with, it's actually kind of... Huh? Oh! I had Aether, I had Hellborn. That's why I hit 300. I hit 3 Hellborn. Yes. This is why. You know what's wild? Like, you don't get these numbers, like, when you run 10s. It feels like you struggle. Like, they pace them out. It might take, like, 3 of these. Come on. I know you're not tough. You could just go into a whirlpool and die. I don't know what this person's issue is. Just being weird and hiding behind a shadow. Feels like it varies. Feels like, okay, this feels like it varies. It's like 458. So it's like you either get, like, different. It depends on the woods. So, like, you can get, like, bursts, so to speak, in XP. But like, it's so weird. It's like 51 to 58. Why? Let me go check on something really quick. It's like, don't get XP. Hell, what do I say? Run like these at like 10? And just take the risk, I guess. And pray to God I don't get a bunch of retards. Sorry if people, man, but dude, I hate wasting. Like, I literally hate wasting 10s on people who cannot kill. I hate it. Like, 10s are not. Like, if you run stuff, sure. Some things you just. I don't like wasting 10s. If, and this is the big if, see, 10s have a whole bunch of ads. I might try an 8. See what I want to see what an 8 looks like. Hit the spam 8s. Pray to God it's a responsive ass party. Oh, that's right, I restarted a 6. Let's see what it looks like. You're not going for the other. See, the question would be, is how much more XP do you get running these? Like, with a group would be better. Spamming sixes is by far the quicker. Might go to eights. See, the big thing you have to do is you have to run eights. Like, I might hoard my tens till the weekend. Hopefully better people around. Just because someone's high level, they do not know how to run. Wow, that Aether Mass didn't stand a chance. In a 6, Hellborns are better. But sixes are very quick. I'm very curious if this is just quicker. 4 people on sixes are a lot better. So the XP is going a lot quicker. These, like, sixes turnaround. I have a stack of them. Oh, it's better. So burning sixes for Paragons is better. It's actually like, what, 6 minutes and you wind up with like 20? This is actually the board, like, you could just see it. It's a lot quicker. Like, sixes, yeah, I would say 2, because I'm very curious about, like, the idea. Because, like, it's easier to, like, get through. Yeah, you're not gonna really, you're not in here for the, they're really easy to flip around. Like, if people are just good at just destroying ads, then yeah. Already at like 250s, 3 Hellborns. Yep, but this is basically that. It's working out like I thought it would a little bit. Burn through some 8s, probably. I mean, if the groups is good enough. But then again, this is mostly just all attack classes. That's all it is. But if it's attack classes, we'll get through this very quickly. 83. 83. 83. Yeah, should be very basic. So, 2 more. Yep. So 6 minutes, you can get about 23. Yep. Oh God, he has his own. Thank God. Eh. I don't kick people for not having them, but man, is that a kill. Yeah, 8s are about where we could do. Sixes are good for personal use. 8s to 10s are better in groups. 10s are better for 4s if people know what the fuck they're doing. Unless you waste them. No one's taking out the fucking Soul Spire. It's not like the Soul Spires go away on their own. Soul Spires don't go away on their own. But yeah, this is about a good, easy way. Like a good, easy way to... Wave 1? Yeah, like wave 1, that gets that out of the pool. Most of us usually only used to run 10s only because of reasons. I feel bad. The Aether Lord doesn't have a chance. Oh, I'm not the only spirit born. There's a quill volley. Yep. Same idea. See, experience groups shouldn't have an issue, right? Like if leaving. Ooh. Damn, can't even get the indicator off the map. Now, is it intended that we kill this fast? Probably not. A lot of this is like, we're all running, like, so at least one more Quill Volley Spirit Born here. Could be a Soar. There's at least 2 Barbarians, so if we don't clear this like a horde... Oh yeah, no. You suck. Yep. Like, a run like this is like... Jesus, I wish we had these runs earlier for people, but probably burnt 10s. So a lot of this is just pure running. Like, I don't... It's like I came to this character. This character is... Honestly, if I just want to fuck around in the open world, I'd go jump on my centipede. She's good for that. She's good in here, but it's a lot of DOT. But, like, hordes she can do. Anything super timed. And bosses, probably not the quickest kill. Unless you can take into account you want to sit there and look at boss mechanics as they phase. Unfortunately. I mean, there's Aether Fiends, but that's here nor there. Aether Fiends were there. It's the biggest deal. 50% with the way we kill. Jesus. If we don't get events quicker. Now you just need the last 3. You just need the last 3 to have... Yeah, last 3 waves just need to be real. Oh! Off! Ah. Oh, I need to not. Bursting. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. So if the last 3 are actually, last 3 if they're actually Aether? Oh god, will it? Probably. I'm surprised. I'm gonna say it. Jinx us on that one. Thing is, on 10s, you should be hitting 800, okay? If you're not hitting 700 or 800 in a group, I mean, Jesus, you should. If you're hitting 1,000 plus, you just have to... No. that's Aether Fiends, yeah. So Aether Fiends. Oh, I got it, though. Like, these are actually, right? So... 84. Now. Level and a half, yeah. But yeah, I'll probably get off this one. This one's like about right. Like if you get into a group and you can just fast horde clear, indeed. Oh yeah, get up. Yeah, last one. Oh dude, 4 Hellborn. I think like 3. Yeah, that's 4 Hellborn. That is busted. See, here's the thing. 4 Hellborn is busted. Like, that is where... Like, 600. And an 8? Yeah. Oh, Jesus. 543, by the way, so 2 million more than last time. Yep, so yep, that's the next goal. Just live here for that long. I don't know if I do that today, though. Look, you have to get into, like, a good group. If you can get into a good group, you just kill. Oh, God. Turning and burning is easy. Yeah, about 600, yeah. No, I mean, to get 750, dude, you'd have to, like... You would have to, like... have, like, almost all perfect. But normally I'm live, as I said, tomorrow about 1:30. I'll probably be doing this, though. Like, the ones... I don't know. This is like one of those things I've played a lot. But yeah, like... Shit. What, 10 mil? Eh... I still think hordes are faster unless you can clear pits. You have to clear pits. Quick. Uh-oh. No. But yes, I will be off. I'll be back tomorrow at 1:30, and thank you for the people watching. I shall be back then. Plus, I'll probably be here and till I die tonight. But yeah, no, Spiritborns are good for what to do. From what I have found, hordes and pits running quickly are the best experience for this stuff. But you need a good group, so I will catch people later. I'm gonna have to figure out why my OBS is messing up. I will catch people then.